Happy evening, people. So, we started with the topic called internal reconstruction yesterday. Let's have a quick recap of whatever we have done. Close the windows, please. So I'll have to shout otherwise. Fans also try to keep it off only for the first few days. After that, you can switch so that I can reduce my volume. Okay. You people are anyway hot. No, you can manage. Yeah. All right. Now, internal reconstruction. Internal reconstruction is done by which companies? Loss-making companies. In this particular setup, company will approach stakeholders and ask them to sacrifice a portion of their claims. That particular sacrificed portion goes to an account called reconstruction account, another name capital reduction account. Okay. So all the routings will be done through this account only. So if a liability is sacrificed, what is a journal entry? Liability has credit balance. How do you cancel off that? Debited. So the entry will be respective liability account debit to reconstruction account. If an asset is appreciated, the journal entry is asset has debit balance, and if its value has increased, then debit it again. So the entry will be asset account debit to reconstruction account. If a particular asset ka value is written off, that means its value has reduced. What entry you shall pass? Reconstruction account debit to assets account. In this particular setup, if you get any expense, any sort of an expense, the entry is reconstruction account debit to bank account. If by chance, if there is any income, then the entry will be bank account debit to reconstruction account. So these are some normal things we'll do. And whenever, excuse me, can I please check in? We'll do that. What is that? Whenever a share capital ka face value is reduced, what we have to do? Old share capital fully we need to reduce and credit new equity share capital for the new value. So the journal entry you will pass is equity share capital account debit to the extent of old value, to equity share capital to the extent of new value. Balancing figure is a sacrifice portion which goes off to reconstruction account. Same entry you will pass it for preference share capital also. When an equity share capital or preference share capital ka sacrifice happens, in a narration you will include certain keywords. What is that? Approved scheme of reconstruction dated ... Okay, this is one. All right. Whether question mentions or it does not mention, few things we'll have to compulsorily do here. One is P&L ka debit balance we need to nullify. So the entry for this nullification is reconstruction account debit to P&L. All right. Another one, if there is any preliminary expense, miscellaneous expenditure, deferred revenue expenditure, cancel that also by passing the entry reconstruction account debit to respective preliminary expense or whatever. Okay. Now, after doing all this drama, if reconstruction account has any surplus balance means when you prepare the ledger, you will get the balancing figure on the debit side. Credit side balance will be more. You'll get balancing figure on the debit side. That is a surplus. That surplus balance will be transferred to capital reserve. So the entry you will pass is reconstruction to capital reserve. If you get by chance shortage means reconstruction account ledger debit balance will be more than credit and balancing figure will come on the credit side. That the problem will say you can utilize general reserve and anything which you can utilize. Okay. And after this, we'll have to pass a balance. We'll have to prepare a balance sheet. Balance sheet ka simple rule. What is that? Whatever the value is given in the question balance sheet, take that. Then, if you are preparing for assets, then where and all in journal entry of debited, add. Where and all you have credited, you minus. If you're preparing balance sheet component for liabilities or reserves in surplus or share capital, then take question ka value. Where and all you have credited, you add. Where and all you have debited, you minus. And in the balance sheet, you will give the heading as balance sheet of so and so company in bracket and reduce. Right? That's all we have done in the yesterday's session. How much time did it took? First of all, did you guys do the revision? Pakka? 100%. How much time it took? Hey, you said you did no. 20 minutes. So, 1 hour. Okay. 40 minutes. So roughly you are able to cover it up within, on general, can I say around within 40-45 minutes you are able to sum up on an average. So we will be doing the same thing today also. Yes, every day ka same affair. I'll not remind you, right? I'll give you a recap. Whatever we have done in today's class, again I'll recap it for you in the tomorrow's session in the first 5 minutes. But do make sure that you revise and come. Let's keep this momentum going. Okay. All right, so let's get started with today's concept. One second. Huh? Wait. Okay. All right, people. Now, 1 minute, or maybe I'll do a one question and then come to this concept. I think we started with yesterday ka sixth question. Did we complete or we left it midway? Sixth was homework. No, sixth was homework. And then which we started? Seventh. Seventh we had to do, na? Okay, seventh is the seventh question we are about to do. ठीक है. We'll look at this now. Balance sheet of ABC as follows. They have given main balance sheet. Will we bother or go to notes? Okay. In notes to accounts, you'll scan through what? Equity share capital ka face value. How much? 10. 2 lakh equity shares of 10 each. 6,000 preference shares of 100 each. We have multiple class of equity shares or only one class. In yesterday's problem, we saw one was fully paid up, another one was partly paid up. In this way, is that set up or not there? Normal scenario. One more you will pay attention to is P&L ka debit balance. How much is that? 4 lakh 5,000. Okay. 1 second. Huh? Screen, is it properly visible? Looks like little bit things. Okay, I'll ask the team to adjust it. Hang on. Okay, while they do it, we'll try to at least read the question. Hopefully by then they'll adjust it. For now, it's visible to you, no? Okay. All right. Directly we'll go into the adjustments now. Preference shareholders would give up how much? 30% of their capital in exchange for allotment of 11% debenture. So what does this adjustment mean? Preference shareholders are ready to sacrifice how much? 30%. Okay, and for the balance 70%, they want preference shares or they want debentures. So that means is preference share capital, the existing preference share capital of 6 lakh, there are cancelled. In this 6 lakh existing preference share capital, 30% sacrifice. And for the balance 70%, they want what? Debentures. That means preference share capital has got nullified. Some sacrifice, some debentures. Can we pass the journal entry? Okay. Okay. Question number, what was this again? Okay, let's start. Question number 7. Journal entries in whose books, people? ABC Limited. Journal entries in the books of ABC Limited. Date of writing speed, kindly improve, people. It's very important. Don't take your own sweet time. First we'll start off. What's the journal entry? First one ka. Preference share capital, sacrifice 30% and for 70% they want debenture. That means preference share capital is there or settled. So what you'll do? You need to cancel this. This has credit balance. How do you cancel? So you'll write 8% preference share capital account debit. How much value? 6,000 preference shares of 100 each. So value is 6 lakh. In this, how much sacrificed? 30%. Sacrifice portion goes to which account? Reconstruction account. Okay, how much? 6 lakh ka 30%. That is 1,80,000. Balance. So how much? 4,20,000. 420. Don't look at me. For that 420, what do they need? They want new preference shares or debentures? What percentage debentures they want? 11% debentures they want. So you will credit to 11% debentures account as told in the problem, calculated or balancing figure. balancing figure. Narration mein what we will write? Being preference shares or preference shareholders settled. Being preference shareholders settled as per what? Approved scheme of reconstruction dated ... Sir, in this particular narration, ICI passes in some books, some they don't. But it's okay. We will keep it as a normal practice to pass for every question. Okay, don't ask recorded students. ICI is not writing this on top. Some problems may they do, some they don't. It's okay. We will make it as a practice to repeat. Okay. Sir, in the place of amount, can I write debit, credit? Yes, Macha. It's okay. Yes, Shravani, you can do it. Machi is okay. But you can, it's fine. In CA inter level, they'll not bother about the format much. You may not have two amounts column and all. It's okay. This is also acceptable. Don't focus too much on the format here. All right. There is something called preparation of financial statements. There are one or two topics where the marks will be given for format. That I will tell you when it comes. But all this, the emphasis is more on the entries, values, etc., etc. Not necessarily on the format. Next one. Look at the next one. Debenture holders who have a charge on what? Plant and machinery. Sir, debenture is a loan. No. You have not taken the loan from bank. You have taken it from others. General public. Now, whenever you take a loan, you will give something as security or surety. No. For debenture holders, what has the company given as surety? Plant and machinery. So, if company does not pay the debenture holders their money, what will the debenture holders do? They'll take over plant and machinery, sell it and recover the money. That's what they mean by debenture holders having the charge. Having charge means they've been given plant and machinery as surety or security. Fine. Debenture holders having charge on plant and machinery would accept plant and machinery in what settlement? Full settlement. Hang on. Currently, do we show debentures in our balance? Do we show debenture holders in our balance sheet or debenture account? What percentage debentures we have? What value? 12. Is this there or it is fully settled? Settled by paying cash or machinery. What is machinery ka value? Sir, 12 lakh ka liability you settled by giving machinery worth. So for a company, sad or happy news? For a company, happy news. That means debenture holders have sacrificed. How much sacrificed? Correct, Ajay? So show this debenture or cancel because it is settled. Debenture is a liability. It has credit balance. How do you cancel it? Debit it. So you will write here 9% debentures account debit. How much is the value of debenture, people? 12 lakh. What did you, if you paid cash, you would have credited cash or bank. Did you settle in cash or machinery? Machinery to plant and machinery, P&M, 9 lakhs. It's there in the balance sheet. You are able to see machinery value is 9 lakh. That's how I picked it up. To what? This is full settlement. This is full settlement. That means balance anything more, this 3 lakh we're going to pay or it is sacrificed. That goes off where? Reconstruction account. Narration, I'm not writing. I hope you're comfortable with it. Right now? Normal. You can simply write debenture holders settled or machinery given to debenture holders. Whatever. Just write something as narration. Can we get to the third adjustment? Easy so far? Sir, these are all very easy topics. So kindly don't do silly mistakes and lose marks here. Okay, don't at the same time, don't be overconfident. Like there are a few topics which are very straightforward in accounts. Where if it comes, you should score full marks. So don't lose marks there. Okay, next get to the next adjustment. This is over. Inventory equal to how much in book value? 5 lakh. Will be taken over by trade payable. In what settlement? Full settlement. Like to debenture holders, what did we give? Plant and machinery. Like that for trade payable or creditor, what are we giving? Inventory. Okay. So total inventory in balance sheet is how much? 14 lakh. Are we giving full inventory of 14 lakh to creditors or trade payable or only 5 lakh? Only 5 lakh. Yes, sir, Sirji. This is a part settlement or full settlement? Full settlement as given in the question. Yes, sir. Go back to the question. What is a trade payable? Trade payable value. 5,92,000. 5,92,000 liability you settled by giving inventory worth how much? That is part settlement or full settlement? Means balance are we going to pay or it is sacrifice? Where will it go? Recon. So what is the journal entry? trade payable account debit because it is settled, no? So you'll write, you'll have to cancel this liability by debiting. How much is the value of trade payable? 5,92,000. If you had settled by cash or check, you would have written cash or bank. Did you give cash or check or inventory? So you'll credit what here? To inventory account. How much, Guru? 5 lakh. This is full settlement. So balance 92,000 is sacrificed portion which goes off to reconstruction account, arrived as a balancing figure. Easy, easy. Okay, sir. Artha adjustment. Paklama. Investment value to be reduced to market value. Go back to the balance sheet. What is investment ka value as per notes to accounts of balance sheet? 68. But what is their market value? 50. From 68, you have to bring it to market value of 55. So increase or decrease. From 68, you are bringing it to 55 means how much decrease? An asset ka value we have to reduce by 13. Asset has debit balance. How do you reduce it? Credit it. So the journal entry will be reconstruction account debit. Reconstruction account debit to investment account. You can show the valuation in bracket. From 68, you're bringing it to 55. So the reduction in value is 13,000. That L's and K's are acceptable in exam or full numbers? Full numbers, okay? All right. Maybe I'll just check if there are any more assets also reduced. I don't see it. Okay, next adjustment. Company would issue 11% debentures for 3 lakh. This has two adjustments. We'll go one by one. Company is issuing debentures worth how much? 3 lakh. What percentage debentures? So company issued debentures and collected money. That's what they're telling. Here, this is sacrifice or normal issue. For normal debenture issue, what journal entry? Bank account debit to reconstruction account. Bank account debit to 11% debentures account. How much people? 3 lakh, 3 lakh. Normal debenture issue. Yes, no. Because to do, see, company currently is making loss. Now, what is the fund of internal reconstruction? From loss making, we are trying to go to no profit, no loss, or at least little profit. So, in order to get back the business, restart the business, we need money also. Shareholders have sacrificed. Few people have sacrificed. But in order to revive, we also need some extra money. How is that extra money collected here? By issue of debentures. Company can issue new equity shares, new debentures also if they need any money. That depends on problem to problem. Same adjustment has one more. What is that? Not required. Not required. To augment its working capital, they issue debentures for some working capital purpose, for day-to-day expense purpose. That's okay. For whatever purpose they're issuing debentures is not our headache. Our focus is just to pass the journal entry. Okay. After settlement of bank overdraft. So bank overdraft is there over here or settled? So go back to your balance sheet. Do we see any bank overdraft on the liability side? How much? In the balance sheet, current liability side, you see bank overdraft 150. This is sacrificed or settled? Settled. What's the journal entry? There's a loan. What's the journal entry for loan paid? Once you pay the loan, is there loan there or loan settled? Loan settled. Loan has what balance? Credit balance. How do you settle or cancel it? Debit it. So the entry is bank overdraft account debit to bank account. Bank overdraft account debit to what account? Bank account. This we settled. How much did we settle this bank overdraft for? How much was the bank overdraft amount? If they don't tell how much is it settled, it is settled at full value. There is no sacrifice. If there is sacrificed portion, it will be clearly mentioned to you in the question. If they say just settled, full settlement value. Can I proceed further? Okay. Then any more adjustment is there or that's it? That's it. Now, you know, last two, whether question mentions or not, three things we can say we have to do. One is write off P&L. Then, do we have any miscellaneous expenditure, deferred revenue expenditure anywhere? No. When any surplus balance, you transfer it to capital risk. Yes, sir. Okay. Now, how do you get to know whether reconstruction account has surplus or not? By preparing recon ka ledger. Okay. So, I'll do a thing. I'll just leave one line for one entry and we'll quickly pass off the reconstruction ka ledger. So here I'll do it maybe over here. Hey, wait, when we are doing, don't disturb the momentum. You can review. That others will get disturbed. If you want to do, you can immediately check the next question. I'll tell you. Wait. Okay. Now, first, post this entry. When you post this entry into reconstruction ledger, what will you post it as here? By PSC. By 8% PSC. Preference share capital. How much people? 1,80,000. Okay. Next, second entry when you post, it is debenture account debit to recon account. So in your recon account, what will you post it as? By 9% debentures. How much, macha? 3 lakhs. Okay. Next, trade payable to reconstruction 92,000. So when you post it in recon ledger, you will post it as by trade payable. How much? 92,000. Then here reconstruction account debit to investment account. How much? 13,000. Any more there in reconstruction account or no more? Augment working capital means for working capital purpose. Working capital means day-to-day expense. They issued debentures for day-to-day expense. For what purpose it is issued, it is not, we don't have to bother about that. Sir, one doubt, we said you will do all bank entries to, no, I said all expenses and income will be done through reconstruction account. I did not say all bank entries are passed through reconstruction. I said all expenses and losses are accounted through reconstruction account. This is not an expense. This is a liability settled. Okay, that is a wrong statement, Tejaswini. Okay, what is O part? What is O part? Overdraft. Overdraft is a liability, just like creditors paid. What is a creditor paid ka journal entry? Creditor to bank. Just like that, creditor is a liability. Bank overdraft also is a liability. That is settled. So the entries instead of creditors to bank, entries bank overdraft to bank. That's all. Okay, Uma. All right. But in balance sheet, it is only 1 lakh. Who told? Balance sheet, not bank balance. Bank overdraft you need to check. This is a liability. Liability you need to check. Bank overdraft is 150. It is there here. No? Not bank balance. Liability is settled. Bank overdraft is a liability. This is 150. This is settled. Okay. Now, tell me the balance. How much is balance in reconstruction account? How much balance are you getting in? How much do we have? This side total, how much? 5 lakh? 5 lakh 72. This side also should be 572. Is it matching or we have balance? How much balance we have? We have some 5 lakh. Okay. Check. How much debit balance is there in P&L? So do we have enough balance in reconstruction account? That means full P&L can we write off? Yes. What is the journal entry? P&L we need to cancel. So the entry will be P&L ka debit balance we need to cancel. So the entry is reconstruction account debit to P&L. How much balance? 4 lakh 5. Now reconstruction account matched or still balance is there? Where will that go to? Capital reserve. Calculated or balancing figure. How much is this? 1 lakh? 1 lakh 54,000. Got it, sir? For these two, entry passed or not yet? Not yet. Now pass. So the entry is what? P&L and reconstruction account debit to P&L to what? To capital reserve. To P&L 405 to capital reserve 154. Totally how much? 5 lakh 59. You will debit the reconstruction account. That's all. Easy. Okay. So this kind of question will come in exam, sir. Can come. You have done good karmas in your life, no? So you can get some easy questions also. CA exams is not all about tough questions, right? 20 to 30 marks. Okay, let me tell you this also so that later on you should not freak out. Sir, always when you are going for examination, doesn't matter whether it is accounts, law or any paper, 20 to 30 marks roughly will be new question, new adjustment, new frame. In every attempt, this is the thing. So don't freak out by looking at this. Okay. New adjustment, it will be some new framing. They'll not give exactly. So again, by looking at this, don't get scared. you are writing a all India competitive examination. Now, if everybody clears examination, will CA has its value? No. So that means there has to be some bouncers. Because of that bouncers, few people will not clear. And I know that all of you will clear. Right? No, like that. Right? So that's when, so demand and supply concept, no people. When there is more demand, less supply. Value will, price will increase. So if you want your salary to increase, pass percentage should be on the lower side. So don't worry about bouncer. If bouncer come in the question, you should be happy. Because that time to me, your package from 9 lakh will become 11 lakh. Less CS, more money. So that means that iPhone or that foreign trip will come sooner in your life. Okay, so it's a perception. How you look at matters. Right? So by looking at the tough things, don't freak out. Expect it. Focus on the things that you know. Even if you write for, I've had students who have written only for 70 marks getting 60, 61. Literally. If you write it properly, you will get the marks. So whatever you know, first write that. So don't worry about new adjustments. New adjustments we'll focus on next. It doesn't matter whose faculty class you take at all India level. 20 to 30 is pakka new. Nobody would have done that question because there is an examination body who frames that question. Marks will vary. Every attempt it will not be 20, 30. But generally we say that. So that's all right. That is expected. From the day one, put this in your mind. Okay, now 20, 30, it is okay. If you donate money to your mother, will you feel bad? If you give some money to your mother, will you feel bad? Now here you are giving 20, 30 marks to your mother body ICI. Should you feel bad? No. Let ICI mother body take it. No problem. We are happy with 60, 70. At least the vast majority. Yes, now I'm not talking about the rankers. I'm talking about the vast majority who are looking to pass. If your aim is to rank, then you need to fight for each marks. Guddam Guddi you should do. Okay, now because in India, all India, only 50 ranks are awarded, no? It's quite a challenge to score a rank. But if you can crack a rank, definitely it will add a resume value. For the first job, it will definitely have an amazing value. And certain roles of investment banking, corporate finance role comes only for the first attempt holders and rankers, preferably rankers. So if you want to crack a package of 25 lakh, 30 lakh, 50 lakh and all that, you need to be preferably a ranker because those roles ideally go to MBAs and all IIMs and those MBAs. So the person who is hiring you for that role would have been already probably an IIM, Ahmedabad or Bangalore graduate. He is already in top tier. So he will have the same mentality that he'll expect from you. So if you can similarly match, you will have a things there. Okay, that's your thing. If your aim is it's okay, just pass, then it is fine. Whatever, I will not comment on that. But I would say always aim a little higher. It's always good to push ourselves. And don't worry about your previous history. History repeats only in movies. In CA examination, your history is irrelevant. You might be a 99% holder. I've seen so many of my own friends who are all in the top 95, 96, 99% throughout their education system. Not able to crack CA in like at least 3 to 4 attempts. But I have seen people, one of my friend, he was full chill pillow, right? Getting a rank. What you do at this particular level matters. What you have done previously is irrelevant. So at this level, properly 5 to 6 months ka efforts if you put, there is a great chance that you will secure a rank. Or at least 2 to 3 months if you put in, pakka, you will be able to crack that particular attempt. Otherwise, number of attempts may increase. We don't want that, right? Because all of us are what holders now? First attempt clearing. Pakka no? No, Josh only. Want to hear it much. First attempt we want to crack, no? Okay, awesome. Okay, last entry is balancing figure. This we discussed. Nirmala, did you attend yesterday? This is a fourth question. Did we attend yesterday? People, first of all, answer that question for me. Did you come yesterday? What did we say? Whether question mentions or not, P&L debit balance, we need to cancel. P&L has debit balance. How do you cancel? Credit it. It is cancelled through reconstruction account. This P&L debit balance is given in the question, 4,05,000. And any balancing figure in reconstruction account goes where? To capital reserve. After doing all this drama. This we have done in almost every question. No? All the question maybe did this. Right? Is it clear or still any confusion is there? People, please do make sure that you don't miss out the classes. Some form or the other, Please make your presence. Yes, Robert. Robert only, no? Yeah. Not, I told you what, sir? One second, let's listen to Robert. Second and third, journal entry. Yeah. Balancing figure is sacrifice. Yeah, this is the balancing figure. If it is part settlement, then this entry will not come. Here they'll use part settlement or full settlement. Check the question. Here, if you don't have the book, print it. Okay, it is full settlement here. It's full settlement. That means anything more we're not going to pay. So whatever balance is there, that is sacrifice. If this word full settlement is not there, then whatever balance is there, we have to settle it later. Okay, na sir? That the question will specify whether it is a full settlement or a part settlement. Are we okay? Still any confusion or okay? Sorry? Balance will stay in that account. Balance will stay in debenture account. Debenture ka balance will stay in debenture account. Trade payable ka balance will stay in trade payable. Same account. Okay, Ji? Alright, this question is done. Okay, now everyone focus. One adjustment I want you to take you through. This again, you can expect in almost all the next remaining set of questions. And usually we expect this adjustment in exam also. You can do compound, you can pass. It's fine. Compound entry and all, don't ask me. It's okay, you can pass. Right? Just that don't combine everything. If you want to do compound entry, what I would suggest is all the assets written off, compound, and pass as one. Liabilities, multiple are there, you can combine. But ideally, I would say liabilities, pass it separately. If I were you, I would only pass one compound journal entry for assets written off. For all others, I would do a separate journal entry for invigilator ka convenience, so that they will understand what we have solved better. Okay, sir? Now, if you remember, do you remember these points, what we wrote yesterday? Now, in this point, everything we had discussed except one point, which is this, point number 6. We will discuss this for about 2 to 3 minutes. Then we will apply this. This is a numerical adjustment. What we have to do it in the question, I've summarized it as a pointer. Right? So if you don't have time on the examination day to review any of the questions, you can just review these points. That would kind of summarize what we do in the questions. Okay, look at this. First, I'll call it out once for you. Listen carefully. If any liability, again, everyone, full attention. New point, this is totally. If any liability, if it is not accounted, if any liability, if it is not accounted, and if that is sacrificed, then no journal entry is required. Once more, if any liability, if it is not accounted, and if that liability is sacrificed, in fact, you can write if that liability is fully sacrificed. If that liability is fully sacrificed, then journal entry required or no journal entry? You can think that this adjustment is not there and move on. Nothing you have to do. Ignore. Like what you're ignoring me currently, same thing you have to do for that adjustment. Okay. Example is preference dividend, equity dividend sacrifice. So did not understand. Okay. In the question, they will say preference. It could be this adjustment is usually asked for preference dividend, but same thing will hold good for equity dividend also. But usually the framing will be for preference dividend. Okay. Listen carefully what I'm saying. In the adjustment, they will tell, or in balance sheet notes to account, somewhere they will tell preference dividend is in arrears for 3 years. Preference dividend is in arrears for 3 years. That means what, Sarji? Preference dividend is in arrears means has the company paid preference dividend or not? Not paid. That's what is the meaning of it. Okay. Which company will pay dividend? Dividend is paid out of profits. Internal reconstruction is done by usually a profit-making company or loss-making company. So loss-making company, will they be able to pay dividend or no profits? Since there is no profit, they would have not paid dividend. How many years dividend not paid, I have assumed? 3. It could be 3, 2, 5, whatever. In this example, I've assumed 3 years. Okay. And in adjustment, they will tell this dividend is sacrificed by the preference shareholders. Preference shareholders have become Daral Prabhu Karna and telling this preference dividend we will sacrifice. Okay, got the adjustment. Now people, what is the journal entry for dividend declared? Journal entry for dividend declared. When you declare the dividend, what happens to P&L balance? It will reduce. Yes, sir. Which company will declare a dividend? Profit-making companies. For a loss, listen to this carefully. Don't deviate for the next 5 minutes. Don't write anything. Just totally pay attention. Loss-making companies will have P&L debit balance. Their P&L will have a debit balance. If it's a profit-making company, their P&L will have what balance? Credit balance. If the company is what making? Profit making. Yes, sir. Now, if this company declares dividend, what will happen to their profits? It will remain same or it will reduce? Reduce. Yes, sir. Now, P&L account has what balance? For a profit-making company, P&L will have a credit balance. After the company declares dividend, their P&L will be same or it will reduce? So, something which has credit balance, how do you reduce? Debit. So, the journal entry for dividend declared is what? P&L account debit to dividend account. Yes, up to preference dividend or I just simply call it as dividend payable. Okay, now maybe preference dividend payable or whatever. Okay, na Sarji. Let's say 10,000 assumption amount. All this I've assumed. Yes, sir, people. First, the company will declare the dividend. Then what they'll do? Pay the dividend. When the dividend is paid, what is the journal entry? Dividend payable account debit to dividend payable account debit to bank account 10,000. Yes, sir, Sarji. Any problem in the dividend ka entry? Okay. So far good. If company declares dividend, for declaration, first journal entry. When it is settled, second journal entry. Online, offline, everybody are good with this? Both the entries? Now you tell me, internal reconstruction is done by what? Profit making company or loss making? Loss making company, will they declare the dividend? If they don't declare the dividend, will first journal entry come? See, first journal entry we will only pass when the dividend is declared. Second journal entry you will pass when it is paid. Since it's a loss-making company, they would have not declared dividend. Yes, sir. And that dividend, preference shareholders, they are saying give it or they are ready to sacrifice. Now, when creditor is sacrificed, what journal entry you will pass? Let's say creditors 1 lakh sacrificed. Creditor sacrifice how much money? 1 lakh. What journal entry you will pass? Since creditor sacrifice, creditor ka balance you have to reduce. By how much? 1 lakh. Creditor has what balance? All liabilities have credit balance. So that you have to reduce means you will debit. So what entry you will pass? Creditors to reconstruction. Agreed? Creditors to reconstruction 1 lakh. If 1 lakh is the sacrifice amount. Okay. That means if you want to pass sacrificing entry, if you want to pass sacrificing journal entry, that creditor should be there in balance sheet. Yes, no? If creditor is there in balance sheet, then only we can cancel it. Agreed? Yes, yes, or no? Is this preference dividend account or dividend payable account appearing on the liability side of balance sheet or it is not appearing? Not appearing. Why is it not appearing? Has the company declared the dividend or not declared? Sir, if the dividend account is not even there in your balance sheet, how will you cancel it? Creditor is there in your balance sheet. Debenture is there in your balance sheet. So you can cancel by passing a particular journal. Asset is there in your balance sheet. Hence, its value you can either increase or you can reduce. Is dividend account there in your liability side of balance sheet or not there? Not there. Why is it not there? Is loss making company declared the dividend or not declared? Not declared. So this account is not appearing in the balance sheet. Now this company has to settle or it is sacrificed. Now what entry can you pass for sacrifice? You tell me. If it is not even there in your books, how can you cancel it? If it is not even there in your books, how can you cancel it? Hence, what is the treatment? If this dividend is fully sacrificed, means should we have to pass any journal entry or no journal entry? Journal. Understood the meaning of Pakka? 100% online also. If you have understood, no need to confirm. If you have not understood, quickly tell me online. Here also, I'm not hearing any no's. So that means everyone has got it. Thumbs up. Okay, online also no comments. That means you guys are good. Okay, let's do a thing. Let me just build upon this concept with one more adjustment. Then we will dive into the question. Okay. Now look at this question. The adjustment will say, I'm just building up. No need to copy all this. It will come in the question. Just listen. Enough. Now preference dividend, let's say, is 50,000. Preference dividend is how much? 50,000. I've assumed. Okay. And it's a loss making company. What making company? Loss making company. Loss making company would have accounted this dividend or not accounted. Why it is not accounted? Because the dividend is not declared. Because dividend is declared only when the profits arise. Has the company making profits or loss? So this dividend is not accounted in the books. In the adjustment made, they're telling 40% is sacrificed. 40% is sacrificed. 60% is settled. Tell me what you will do. Understood the adjustment? In the last adjustment, what did I assume? 100% sacrificed, fully sacrificed. Here I am saying preference shareholders, how much we have to pay as dividend? 50,000. And preference shareholders are telling 40% of this dividend I am ready to sacrifice. 60% you need to settle. That's what they're telling. Now you tell me no journal entry or pass the journal entry. Sir, for the sacrificed portion, have you accounted this 40% in your books? No. If you have not accounted, sacrificed means we need to cancel. We can only cancel that component which is available in our books. Is this 40% there in our books or not there? And that is sacrificed. So can we pass any cancellation journal entry or no journal entry? So for this 40% entry required or no entry? But for the 60%, no journal entry or we have settled it? We have settled means we have paid the dividend. What's a journal entry? Sir, if you're paying means indirectly you're saying 60% you declared and you paid. 60% you declared and you paid. That's what we're trying to say. Now tell me the journal entry for this. What is the first journal entry? P&L account debit. To what? To dividend account or preference dividend account. Full amount or 60%? 50,000 ka 60%. Prabhu, how much? 20%. Correct? And then when it is settled, you can write preference dividend or preference dividend payable or dividend payable, whatever name, it's fine. So next entry will be preference dividend account debit to bank account. How much? 30,000, 30,000. Done, sir. Don't copy all this. Fine. Now add these two entries. Effectively, what are you getting? Preference dividend credit, preference dividend debit. It will get nullified. Effectively, what is the journal entry? P&L account debit to bank account. If you add these two entries, effectively you are getting P&L account debit to bank. Yes, sir. Everybody good? Now in this company or in this particular chapter, P&L account we show or nullify? Using what? That means will you pass the journal entry as P&L to bank or reconstruction account debit to bank? So that means effectively you will not pass the entry P&L to bank. What entry you will pass? Reconstruction account debit to bank. So that means for the dividend settled, you will pass the entry reconstruction account debit to bank. Yes, sir, Ji. All this I have just written to explain. Huh? So effectively for dividend settled, what is the journal entry? Just like expense paid. Expense paid, what is the journal entry? Reconstruction to bank. For dividend also the entry is reconstruction to bank. Done, Sir Ji? Any problem, Sir Ji? Sir, if dividend is settled by issuing equity shares means instead of paying cash, if you settle through equity shares, then you will credit equity share. That you all this whatever we discuss, it will come in the next 2-3 problem as adjustments. Summary is comfortable? Okay, sir. One problem it will be settled in cash. Some problem it may be settled through new equity shares. If it is settled through equity shares means we will credit to equity share capital. Either it will be bank or new equity shares. That's a popular way of asking this adjustment. Clear? Now can we dive in? So almost all the adjustments we have covered. Okay, remaining is just the problems. If you need 1 or 2 minutes to process, I'll wait. If you have got it, we'll dive into the question. Got it? Okay, sir. 1 minute. Let me find that question for you. Oh, question number 7 we have done. 7th done. No? 6th also was 6th was homework. No? Come to question number 4. Question number 4. What the? Tell three sums. You do in that order only, Macha. 3 and 4 you do. Hmm? I'll have to check. I'm not sure. I also need to know the order. I also don't. I'll have to check. Okay. Given below, question number 4. This is which question we are doing? Huh? Seventh or eighth one? Eighth question we are doing. Okay. Following is the balance sheet of rebuilt company as on 31st March. So they have given the balance sheet. We'll go to the balance sheet or notes to accounts. Come to notes to accounts. What will you pick? First, equity share capital. How much equity share capital? Or rather 15,000 equity shares of 50 each. Then we have 12,000 preference shares of 12,000 preference shares of 50 each. In bracket, me here they've check. Preference dividend is in arrears for how many years? Now, this dividend may be sacrificed fully or sacrificed partially. We don't know. Any one way adjustment can be asked. Both of us, we are comfortable. What is the entry? If it is fully sacrificed, what is the entry? No entry. If it is only partially sacrificed, then for the sacrificed portion, no entry. For the settled portion, what entry? Reconstruction to bank if it is settled through cash or check. If it is settled through equity shares, reconstruction to equity share capital. Perfect. And P&L account has how much debit balance? 4,51,000. Okay, directly we'll come to the adjustments and start solving. Company is not earning profits. Obviously, we know. From scheme of reconstruction, they came up. So let's directly go through the adjustments one by one. Equity shareholders. Okay. And also people in the class, again, I just want to kind of clarify this. In class, what we are doing is each adjustment we are reading and passing the journal entry directly, right? Because 99% of the case, all the adjustments will be separate. They are not interlinked. They are all separate. But in exam, no, best once you quickly read. Once quickly read, because sometimes they will link the adjustments. One part of the adjustments they will give in point number 1. Same part ka adjustment they may give it in point number 5 also. Some rare, but it can happen. So hence in exam, first quickly scan through the adjustments and then pass the journal entry. You don't have to read full balance sheet, full notes to accounts, right? Quickly scan through the adjustments and then read it further and do it better. Okay, look at this. Equity shareholders have agreed that their 50 ka share. Come back to notes to accounts. What is equity share ka original paid up value, face value? 50. Original value is 50. Great. It is to be reduced by 2.5 or to 2.5. It is reduced to 2.5. That means new value itself is 2.5. So how much is the reduction? 47.5. So you know the entry for this. Okay. So cancellation is 47.5. They only given. Okay. Tell me what is the entry for this people? Which question? Which question number? What is this here? The actual question number in our class notes. Actual question number. Actual question number in class notes. Question number 4. Okay. Journal entry in whose books? Class, as per the notes. Yeah. Okay. Journal entries in the books of what I meant was, tell me this question number. What is this question number? 4 only. No, that's what I want. Okay. Rebuilt limited. Okay. I'll directly pass the entries. Now, people, equity share capital ka original value was 50, new value is 2.5. What is the journal entry, pa? Equity share capital account debit. How many equity shares we had? 15,000 shares of 50 each, which is 7.5 lakh. Okay, to what? To equity share capital. 15,000 shares of what is the new value? 4.5 or 2.5? 2.5. How much is that? 37,500. Balance is going the. All the going the goes to which account? To reconstruction account, arrived as a balancing figure. How much? 7,12,000. Fine. Okay. Can we read the balance part of this adjustment? Okay. Same adjustment is telling They have also agreed to subscribe. One part is they have agreed to cancel or sacrifice. Another part may they're telling the same equity shareholders have agreed to subscribe 3 new equity shares. New. Of how much value? Now is the value of equity shares 50 or 2.5? So equity shareholders are telling we will buy 3 new equity shares whose value is how much? 2.5 for each shares they are holding. If they are holding 1 share, equity shareholders are telling we will buy 3 more. If we are holding 1 share, for each equity shares, they will buy 3 more. Do we have only 1 or we have 15,000? So it's like this dabba. Old, new. If you have 1 old equity shares, how many new shares equity shareholders are ready to buy? 3. If they have 1, they are ready to subscribe 3 more. We have only 1 original shares or old shares or 15,000 equity shares. If we have 15,000 equity shares in balance sheet, means how many new shares they will buy? Cross multiplication. 15,000 into 3 by 1, which is how much? This 45,000 is a value or number of shares? 45,000 is a number of shares. Each ka value is 2.5. Is this sacrificed or new shares issued and money collected? New shares issued and money collected. What's the entry? This is not sacrifice. This is just a new shares issued. Okay. So the entry is bank account debit. You don't have to show that dabba and all. Directly you can do it. All these are basic adjustment. Okay. If we have 1 means they will buy 3. We have 1 or 15,000. If we have 15,000 means how many shares will they buy? 45,000. So this is the number of shares. What is the value of each share now? 2 point. Only this much if you show in exam, enough. No need for any separate working note. Tell me how much more? 1,12,500. So bank account debit to what? Equity share capital 1,12,500. Being shares issued. That's it. Being a new equity shares issued. Can we get to the next part? I see that all of you are nicely drawing lines like this and all in your pencil scale. No, freehand. Scale, never. I should not see that scale at all with you. Throw it out of that window. No, it's plastic. Let's not make our earth ganda. Keep it with you, right? Don't use freehand. Everything freehand from now on. Okay, it may become slant. It's okay. Slowly, the lines will become straighter and straighter and straighter. Okay, fine. Don't use. You will not have time in exam. Scale, pencils, all this throw. No time. Okay. Now, next, look at this. They're saying we will throw you also. Sure. All right. Come back to adjustments. Adjustment number 2. Preference shareholders have agreed to cancel what? Arrears of dividend. Did they say we are ready to cancel only 10%, 1/3 or 2/3 or 80%, anything, or they just told cancel? If they just tell cancel, it means what cancellation? 100% cancellation. How many years dividend was in arrears? So that 5 years ka dividend, preference shareholders are ready to sacrifice fully. Any entry or no journal entry? So I'll write it in our books. In exam, we have to write anything or nothing to be done? Nothing to be done. In our books, we'll write no entry is required for full preference dividend sacrificed. Just for our reference. Later on, you should not ask, he forgot this entry. Okay, so for that, I'm writing in our books. Exam, you don't have to write this. Just for our reference. It's 100% sacrificed. So no journal entry is required. What about the next? What did they tell next? Preference shareholders have agreed to cancel the arrears of dividend. So 100% dividend cancelled. Okay. And also check. And to accept what? Except for each. Underline that word, for each. Except for each rupees 50 per share. Go back to the notes to accounts. What is preference shares ka? Old preference shares ka value? 50. That means they're talking about that. Okay. They will accept what? For each rupees 50 share, old value of preference shares is 50 only, no? So for one old share, they will accept what? 4 new preference shares. So that means for one old preference shares, they want 4 new preference shares. What was old shares ka dividend rate? 7%. But is the new preference shares ka dividend rate 7 or 5? So dividend, that means old preference shares there or cancelled. We cancelled old preference shares and we are giving new preference shares. How much new preference shares issued directly given or one ratio? Ratio. What is that? For each. That means for one old preference shares, we have to issue. For one, it is 4. For one, it is 4 new preference shares. Do we have 1 preference shares or 12,000? For one, it is 4 means for 12,000, how much? 48,000. Correct? Huh? 12,000 into 4, 48,000. 48,000 is the value or number of preference shares. Whose new value is 50 now or 10? So 48,000 preference shares of 10 each. 4,80,000. Got it? Huh? Any problem? Okay, that's it. Or plus. Plus means extra. We are not only giving them preference shares. Plus we are also giving what? For each old preference shares, we are also giving 6 new equity shares. For one old preference shares, we are giving 6 new equity shares. For one, 6. So that means for 12,000, it will be 12,000 into 6, which is 72,000. So 72,000 new equity shares will be given, whose value is how much? 2.5. That's it. 1 lakh, 1 lakh 80. Done, people. That means what is the entry? Normally, old used to get substituted with new. Old preference shares used to get substituted with new. Here, old preference shares is getting substituted with new preference shares and new equity shares. That means old one you need to cancel. What is the entry? Same like the last one, no change. What is the old preference shares ka name? Use the same name. 7% cumulative. I'll write PSC. PSC is in preference share capital account debit. How many we have? 12,000 preference shares of 50 each. How much? 6 lakh. This is the old one. Old one got cancelled. Right? For this, what are we issuing? Did we pay cash or new preference shares? But new preference shares ka value 7% or 5%? Okay. We'll use the same name to 5% cumulative preference share capital. How much? For one old preference shares, how many new preference shares will be given? 4. For one, we are giving 4 means for 12,000, how much? 12,000 into 4, 48,000. 48,000 new preference shares will be given, whose value is how much? 10. So total value will be 4 lakh 80. For one, it is 4. So for 12,000, it will be 12,000 into 4, 48,000 new preference shares. And each new preference shares ka value is 10 as given in the question. So 480. Balance 120 is sacrificed or we also gave new shares. If company is issuing new equity shares, what will we credit? To equity share capital. Number directly given or ratio? For one old preference shares, we are giving 6 new equity shares. For one, it is 6 means for 12,000, how much it will be? 12,000 into 6, how much? 72,000 new equity shares will be given. Each value is 2.5 as mentioned in the question. How much is it? 1 lakh 80,000. That means here you need to be a little careful. Entry matching? Okay. How many preference shares were there initially? 12,000. Each ka value 50, right? Balancing figure doesn't matter, sir. Balancing figure comes on the debit side or credit side. Balancing figure is always reconstruction account. So here you'll write balancing figure as reconstruction. Usually balancing figure comes as a sacrifice on the credit side. But here it is actually sacrificed or we gave more. What was old preference shares ka value? 6 lakh. But we gave new instruments ka how much total value? If you add this, we are giving 6 lakh 60. So old ka 6 lakh is settled by giving new ka 660. So it is sacrificed or they took more? They took more. I mean, there is no sacrifice, no, sir. No, there is sacrifice. One, what was old preference shares ka dividend rate? 7. Is new ka dividend rate 7 or 5? 5. Okay. Fair enough. And also 5 years dividend was there. They sacrificed all that. So that's the reason maybe they are asking here extra. Whatever. Anyway, balancing figure where it will go? To reconstruction. Whether debit or credit doesn't matter. How much? 60,000. That's okay. They're not tell anything. I'm assumed that this is because Companies Act says no. Unless otherwise mentioned, preference shares are always non-convertible, non-redeemable, and non-cumulative. Actually, they say, or rather cumulative. They say. So I've assumed if you want, you can just write PSC. That's fine. The word cumulative you can cut off. It's okay. That depends on your assumption. Fine, now people. Anything more to be done in this entry or sorted? Everyone clear? He's saying why not bank debit? Huh? Okay, when you debit to bank, it means we are getting money. If you debit to bank, it means that company got money. Have they anywhere told preference shareholders gave money? No. Balancing figure hence is always reconstruction. Okay, it's like you're giving more or less, doesn't matter. Loss or gain, everything here will be recorded through reconstruction. Okay, now. What's your name, Macha? Huh? Edu Malai. Okay. Too much. We'll call you Edu. Edu. Eddelu Manjunatha. Okay. Makla Sundar. Okay. Where are you from, da? Krishnagiri. Okay, nice. So, adjustment number B. B for Bengaluru. Fully done now. Let's go for adjustment number C. Lenders of the company or lenders to the company for 150. Come back. Lenders means loan. Do we have any loan in the balance sheet? Check. How much? 5,73,000. What happened to that? Total loan is 573. What happened to that loan? Check. Lenders means loan wala. Lenders to the company for 150 have agreed to convert their loan into shares. This loan is sacrificed or got converted into shares. Sir, shares always means equity shares. If it is preference shares, clearly they will specify. If they just mention shares, it is always equity shares. Okay. All right. And for this purpose, they will be allotted how many new equity shares? 12,000. Now means here should we have to take equity shares or they told preference shares? If this word was not there, then we would take the share to be always equity shares. If it is preference shares, they will clearly mention, which here they have. So this loan will be converted into shares. What shares? 12,000 new preference shares whose value is how much? 10 each. So 120. That's it. Or even equity share is there. 12,000 new equity shares of 2.5. That means this loan is there or it got settled. Settled. Loan ka value is 573. Full loan of 573 got settled or only 150? Is it necessary we should take loan only from one bank or we can take from multiple banks? So maybe 150 loan we took from one bank, balance loan we took from another bank. So this adjustment we'll do it for 573 or only 150? So tell me, this loan is settled. So what is a settlement journal entry? Loan is settled means loan liability we need to cancel. Loan is a liability which has credit balance. How do you cancel? Debit. People don't blindly mug up the entries. That mug up. See, there are a few topics in accounts which is pure memory, pure kidney. There I will only tell you need to mug up and I'll tell you how to mug it up also. Right? But entries and all always analyze why we are doing. Why debit credit. Don't compare. Some students will say, so question number 4 you credited, question number 14 may you are debiting. Don't have that approach. Right? You analyze why we debited, why we credited. This loan has got settled. Loan is a liability. It has credit balance. Settled means we need to cancel that. So to cancel something which has credit balance, we shall debit. As simple as that. Approach in this sense, especially the entry. Journal entries you should never mug up because that will create problems. Okay. Okay. Loan account debit. How much is the loan account? 150. Okay. All right. To what? If this loan was settled through cash or check, we would have credited cash or bank. Did we settle this through cash or check or preference shares? What percentage preference shares? They did not tell anything, but we already know new preference shares. What is the rate? So we will write to 5% preference shares or 5% preference share capital. How many preference shares was allotted? 12,000. Each ka value? 10. Total how much? 120. That's it. Or equity shares was also issued. If a company is issuing equity shares, for that company it is equity share capital. So what will you write? To equity share capital account. How many equity shares? 12,000 as given in the question. Each ka value 2.5. How much is the value? I mean, is there any sacrifice or no sacrifice? It is simply settled. If there is balancing figure, then we could have taken it as recon. Here balancing figure or no balancing figure? Means no settlement. That's it. That means where is the sacrifice here, sir? Sir, on loan, we have to pay this 150 within a certain duration. When you take a bank loan, can you keep it forever or repay? Repay. If it's a 5-year loan, you have to repay within 5 years. But now you gave them what? Equity shares. Equity shares company will pay, or it's a permanent capital. That way also it's one way sacrifice if you are analyzing. But you don't have to use so much brain, no, but just saying, are we comfortable? So we just pass the settlement entry. Okay, why give extra leave? Not required. Sometimes extra will come back and haunt me only. All right, this is done. Next, directors of the company. Okay, so the remaining loan is not sacrificed. Yes, the remaining loan, if they don't tell anything, it will remain as it is in the loan. Okay, yes, correct. That is right. Next, why 573 is not taken from notes? Because they told in the problem, 573 is a total loan value. All of them have agreed to convert the shares, or only 150? They told in the problem only loan of 150 we are converting into shares, given in the question. In adjustment, if they are telling only 150 loans settled, we should pass entry only for 150. Maybe 150 loan we took it from one bank, balance loan we took it from other bank. One bank is okay with this preference shares, equity shares ka settlement. Another bank is saying, I'm not okay. So that we have to pay later. When? We don't. Leave that. Like that. Okay. Anything else? Yes, yes. Great. Move on. This lenders wala is done. Directors have agreed to subscribe in cash rupees 40,000 or 40,000 only. I mean, this is a number of shares or value of shares. What? Number of shares. How many shares directors will buy? 40,000 shares. Of how much each? 2 points. It doesn't matter director buys it or third party buys it. Simply what has happened here? Company has issued 40,000 new equity shares. Of how much value? 250. Okay, now. Are we good with it? All right. So this is just shares issued and money collected. What is the journal entry for shares issued? Whether directors have subscribed or other people have subscribed, it really doesn't matter. When company issues shares, the journal entry is bank to equity share capital, because it is issued for cash. How many shares were issued? 40,000. Each ka value how much? 2.5. So total value 1 lakh. That's it. Okay. Then they told what? In addition to any share, subscribe them under A above. A above means directors would have already purchased some shares in the company, no? That existing shares ka adjustment we've already done. What was old share ka value? 50. That from 50 we bought it down to what? 2 point. That we have already done. That we don't have to worry. Now 40,000 more shares directors purchased by paying cash to the company. So company collected money by issuing shares. That's all. When they say rupees 40,000, it is always value. If they say just 40,000, it is a number. That's how to identify. If they say just 40,000, it is always number of equity shares. If they say rupees 40,000, it is the value. Here only just 40,000 is mentioned. So it is a number of equity shares. Okay. Of the cash received by issue of new shares, 2 lakh is to be utilized. Now company has issued new shares and all, means company collected some money, no? That money we utilize for some purpose. They are telling. What purpose? 2 lakh, whatever money you collected, out of that 2 lakh is used to reduce the loan. Sir, what was the total loan? 573. But in this 5 lakh, fully settled or 150 settled? I mean, balance loan is still there. How much balance loan still there? 4 lakh? 4 lakh 23,000. Yes, sir. Is this fully settled, or have they told balance loan is fully settled? What did they say? 2 lakh is to be used to reduce the loan. Did they use the word in full settlement? No. That means what? This 2 lakh loan you repaid. That's it. Any sacrifice or no sacrifice? If they use the word full settlement, if they use the word full settlement, then there is a sacrifice. Here, is there any full settlement or nothing mentioned? Means 2 lakh loan you repaid. What's the journal entry for loan repaid? 2 lakh loan you repaid. What is the entry? Loan account debit to bank. Loan account debit to bank account. How much did you repay? 2 lakh. It is mentioned in the question. So kindly print out. Don't study with the soft copy material. You will miss out the adjustments. Okay. It's not that feasible because our examination is pen and paper model. No? If it was ACCA examination, I would have not commented because there it's all computer based. So it makes sense to sit with the system. Since ours is pen and based paper, always have the material printed. Have a proper notebook where you write this. Have the study material printed. Much better. Easier it becomes. Okay. All right. Second part of the entry you did not understand. What is the second part of the entry? That is okay. This is this you don't have to worry. Directors would already have some extra share, original shares. No. See, company has totally 15,000 shares. In this 15,000 shares, some shares would have held by directors, some by others. This adjustment we already done here. That we don't have to do anything. Other than this, in this 15,000, how many ever shares director had? Other than that, 40,000 new shares they purchased. That's all. So, original shares, whatever directors were holding, we don't have to do anything for that. Okay, Nirmala? All right. Now check. Now we have to write off debit balance in P&L. That any which way we will do. And then we also have to write off how much from plant. Okay. Now people, once again. Now if the question says write off debit balance in P&L, that means indirectly question is saying reconstruction account has shortage or surplus. That means you can directly pass the entry. If the question does not tell this adjustment, then reconstruction account may have surplus or it may have shortage. So here, instead of checking directly, I'll pass the entry. Would you be okay with that? So how am I approaching this? Since question is saying you write off debit balance in P&L, that means reconstruction account has enough balance. So what is the entry for this? Reconstruction account. If you don't trust this adjustment, you can first prepare the ledger and then only pass. That is also fine. Okay. All right. Reconstruction account debit. What is the P&L account has debit balance? How do you cancel? By crediting it. So the entry is reconstruction account debit to P&L. Go back to the notes to accounts. How much is debit balance in P&L? 4,51,000. So you will credit P&L by 4,51,000. That's it. Or you will also write off machinery. You write off plant full or only 35,000. Writing off means increasing the value or decreasing the value. Decrease. Plant ka value you have to reduce by 35. Plant is an asset. It has debit balance. How do you reduce it? Credit. So you'll write here to plant account how much? 35,000. Yes, sir, Sarji. So that means reconstruction totally is debited by how much? 4,86,000. Easy now. Now whether question mentions or does not mention, three things we'll compulsorily do. What is that? Writing off P&L. Question told that, so we wrote it off. Then miscellaneous expenditure one, not there. We read the adjustment, it is not there. Then still if there is any reconstruction account ka surplus balance, it will be transferred to reconstruction. It will be transferred to reconstruction account or capital risk. Capital risk. Now you will know the balance only when you prepare ledger. But here I think we have done enough problems. Now we'll do the shortcut. What is the shortcut? Check your journal entry. First, where and all you have credited reconstruction account, total them. Goodwill is also there. More adjustment is there. There, ma, I didn't see. Oh, okay. 1 minute. Oh, okay. Actually, there are 1 minute. Hang on. Two more adjustments are there. We'll read it. Okay. Normally, if there is any balance in reconstruction account, what do? Transfer it to capital reserve. Yes. But here, read this adjustment. What did they say? Any balance remaining where? Any balance remaining where? In reconstruction account. What do we do normally to that? Transfer to capital reserve. Here they are saying any remaining balance is to be used to write it down. Write down means reduce what? Trademark and goodwill. So here balancing figure you will transfer it to capital reserve or write off goodwill and trade. Right. Requirement of the question. If this was not there, we would have transferred it to capital reserve. Because of this requirement of the question, balancing figure, we have to transfer it to trademark and goodwill. Okay, either ways. I'll not prepare ledger here. Take your calculator. Where and all you have credited reconstruction account, add. I'll show you. Check here. Here you credited by 7,12,500. Punch this number in your calculator. Okay. Here you debited by 60. So minus you do. Where and all you have credited, add. Where and all you have debited, minus. These two have you done so far? Okay. Here You debited by 486. How much? Still balance is there. How much balance is there? 1 lakh? 1,66,500. Still reconstruction account has a credit balance. This credit balance means it's a surplus. Okay. That will be transferred to capital reserve here or write off goodwill and trademark. 166,500 is there. How much is the trademark value? Oh, 3,18,000. Sir, with 166,500, can you write off 318? We have enough balance or we don't have? That means whatever balance and reconstruction account we have, that will be utilized for goodwill and trademark. Full is not available. So what is the journal entry? Last entry. Now this, if you want 8th and 9th entry, if you want, you can do compound. Since I've already finished 8th entry, I'll do it separately. Reconstruction account debit. Reconstruction account debit. How much balancing figure is there? 166,500. This is arrived or balancing figure? Balancing figure. This will come from what? Ledger. Ledger. I have not prepared the ledger because we know no. As I told the people, primary my focus is to cover all the types of questions in the shortest possible time. Okay. So no need to worry. Like if the question says do balance sheet, and if we don't do balance sheet here, no harm. Because balance sheet is a floater topic. It will come in every chapter. 1 or 2 balance sheets if you do from each chapter, more than enough. No need to worry. But all the types of adjustments we should be aware. Okay. All right. So what is the entry here? Reconstruction account debit to trademarks and goodwill. Trademarks and goodwill. How much? 166. Fine. There or covered? Covered. Okay. Now, if you prepare the ledger, some students will say, this what entry will I post, sir? When you prepare reconstruction account, what entry I will post here? Because this 60,000 relates to preference shares also, it relates to equity shares also. Should we split? Reconstruction account is a working note. It's a working note. So when you prepare reconstruction account, you can simply write to cumulative preference shares and equity share capital 60,000. It is okay. In this 60,000, how much relates to preference share capital, how much relates to equity shares and all, doing the ratio split and all, not required. Working note. Okay. So if at all you're preparing reconstruction ledger, you simply post it as to cumulative preference share capital and equity share capital full value. How much? 60,000. Enough. Because it's not really it's just a working note we are doing for our reference. So it's fine. Done. This problem, all the takeaways we are covered. Any doubt? Any one more adjustment is there? Okay, let's read then. Show by journal entry that we have already done. Nominal capital is authorized share capital. It is authorized share capital. Authorized share capital, will we pass any journal entry? No, it is only shown in notes to accounts as a disclosure. This is the authorized capital. This is authorized capital. We only show it for disclosure. That to where? In the main balance sheet or notes to accounts? In notes. If at all you are preparing notes to accounts, if at all you have time, we have 2 more questions. Don't worry. There I'll have to show notes to accounts. There I will show this adjustment how it comes. Okay. But in bigger problem, most probably will not have so much time to prepare notes to accounts. If at all you are preparing notes, authorized capital should come in notes to accounts. How it will come? There are 2 problems where we'll prepare notes. I will show you there. So this one we need not worry. Authorized capital can increase. It doesn't matter whether you increase it or whatever. It is only for the sake of disclosure. We only in books we only show what capital? Paid, issued, subscribed, and mainly importantly paid up capital. We pass the journal entry only for paid up capital, not authorized. Authorized is only for disclosure and notes. So here we are not doing balance sheet, so it is fine. Done now. So this problem done now. Anything more to be done from this problem? No. And now, okay. Next question. Okay. People, just few things maybe. I can understand to sit through for 4.5 hours and keep it as one-way traffic can become little difficult. Okay. So, but at the same time, I can't make this circus or I can't make this comedy show. Okay. Somewhere between, if you are getting a little bored or anything of that sort, just to keep it a little lively, 5 to 10 minutes we will utilize just to get us back. But the priority is still always people, exam. I do understand that when class becomes more funny, right? When you are able to participate and all, it's easy to sit through. But at the end of the day, if I focus more towards that, I'll have to let go of 1 or 2 questions. Time shortage. Okay, but because my focus is, see, I want you to be happy. I want us to feel that the class went good and we want to go walk out of this room smiling, smiling. But more importantly for me, even if you're a little sad today, if you're a little bored today, but if you still pass the examination on that day, that is more important. That gives us more happiness. So focus is always towards the subject. Okay, little bit here and there we will do as chit chats and stuff. Okay, now maybe some of you have already put up the dumb brim face. Okay, so all right. So maybe let's continue what we did in the previous batch. Maybe we'll start with Devakada. Yeah, last time you sang beautifully, no, macha. Yeah, you sang only, no, da? Now people, now one. My intention of doing this is, first of all, I'll tell you, it is not to embarrass you. It is not to make fun of you. It is just that I want you to come out of that feeling that what people will think about me. What people will think about me. I want you to get out of that mindset. Okay. Free expression is very, very important, huh? Especially in corporate, right? We have seen so many. I've seen it in my own, if you don't believe it, I'll tell you in my own articleship experience, right? Long back, all these are right. My articleship got completed in 2012 or probably in 2011. Yeah, probably 2010ish or 11ish, early 11, I think, right? So long back, right? Huh? What that? Nothing, sir. No, we had some good audits. Okay, I was in a little bit sized firm. We had some good audits. So that way we have traveled enough. So I kind of should thank my CA firm. If my boss is watching, I don't think so. He's going to be watching. He was already 70 back then. So now, yeah, no, but he's still alive. Sir, not me. These waste fellows are telling. I wish you long and beautiful health, sir. Yeah, hopefully you are there. I don't know. Okay, okay. So yes, so we used to do a lot of travel. Okay, so we had some good clients, some listed companies and some big companies, big turnover companies. So there was this one person, right? So that person, or people, he normally, when a big audit used to get assigned, whatever, we had some BCCI ka certain assignments and all that, right? So when big important assignments used to be assigned, this person used to lead the audit team. There used to be a chartered accountant, okay? But still, the leading, drafting the team, allocating the areas, allocating the time, all that, no, usually audit manager will take care of it. Usually that is a CA. In our firm, this guy used to do this. He was not a qualified chartered accountant. He was great in his work, right? So that's the reason he was allocated this, right? But one drawback was he would never get out of that firm. In that particular firm, he had good value, right? But his salary was not that great. See, people, at the end of the day, everybody knows, right? It's a game of money. Now, if you are not qualified, you may be an expert in that field, especially in our field, right? What counts is the two magical alphabets called C with the experience. Degree with experience is killer. Only experience, no degree, not worth it. I remember still that almost like 8 to 9 years, right? He wrote the exam. Excellent, right? Could not crack CA final exam. He was stuck at that level. Couldn't move. I don't know, maybe because he was not putting those desired efforts or something, because all the time he was engrossed with the work. He was fascinated by the work. So he used to work at least like morning 9, if he comes means till 9, 10, he used to be there in office only. So when you put so much of efforts in work and little less efforts probably in studies, the chances of cracking the examination ideally comes down. I don't know why the reason, so I'll not comment. It is not my place to comment because I have not been through any shoes. So it would be wrong on my part to comment on this, right? But he could not clear. So almost 7-8 years he worked in this firm. For the expertise he had, if he was actually working in corporate, his salary at least would have been 5 times more. I would not have even doubt about that. At least 2 to 3 times more. Easy. Right? But still, firm will not pay because our firm also knew what is that. He will not get outside opportunity. That means we are the only source. Nobody will tell it to your face, but everybody will know it on the inside. So that means what, when appraisal came and all, whatever he deserved, I don't think so he really got. right? And that Papa Bichara also always was stuck in that same profile, right? Reason is this: he also had the same issue. Excellent in work, but credit taking skills was almost zero. Very humble fellow. Hardly, like, if someone did that work, he did this work and he passed it on to some junior. And if junior, sometimes we will be in Josh, no, because we are all like 18, 19-year-old kids back then, right? 19, 20, we were back then, right? So when we found out something, no, we used to confirm with him. Then when our boss used to come, sir, we was like, no, we found out, we used to take that. That Josh may taking the credit, but still he never bothered. He led us. He like, do it, right? So at the end of the day, it was like projected that we are all great, oh, and this guy is okay. But the reality was what? Before consulting, before putting across any point also, first we used to consult him whether what we are saying is right or wrong. Only if he says yes, we had that attitude and confidence to go ahead. Otherwise, come back, right? So what am I saying this is? You should learn to take credit for your work done. Express freely. Take that ownership. Don't be always be like what the other person will think, what they will think and all this. In a corporate people, it's a cutthroat competition, whether you like it or not. You may be the best of friends here. I've seen best of friends having issues when they work in corporate. I've seen in my own firm, one particular employee got promoted, one did not get promoted. They were best and best of friends. After that promotion, what happened? R wala team, S wala team. There were their names. I will not tell that. Okay. R team, S team. Two teams. If you are in R team, you are not welcome in S wala team. If you are in S is not Sandesh, right? Don't spread rumors. Right? Somebody else, my senior I'm talking about. Yes. Best of best friends, sir. Almost whole day I've seen them doing together. But because one got promoted, other did not get. They were of same experience, same qualification. Complete U-turn. They could not see eye to eye. If one used to walk in from this, other one used to walk out from the other direction. Right? It can happen. I'm not saying it will happen with you. Right? But what I'm saying is express freely. Right? Now you're talking among yourself. Address. When there is an opportunity to address an audience, whether being here or from there, take it up. Now, what are we going to do? Tell the mattress, sir. Why are you putting so much blade on? Yeah, I'm Blade Raja. So, look at this. Okay. What I want you to do is, I'll give you three options and I want everyone to participate in this. First, let me hear a yes from you. Will you? What and all I will tell later. First, I want to hear yes from you very clearly. Okay? Okay. Now, what I want to do is, we will play Satyavachana, Sullu Vachana. Satyavachana, Sullu Vachana. Listen. What is this? I want you to make three statements. All the three can be false. All the three can be true. Whatever combination. I want you to make that statement and others to identify that. Point number one. Make it interesting. I think last batch, people made it really interesting. They said I went on date with foreign girl and all. Yeah. So people got really creative, but go bonkers. I don't mind. Right? Go bonkers. I'm not a person who says that you should only study. No, life is meant to be lived. But you need to do what at that point of time, what needs to be done, you need to be focused on that. This time is meant for studies. So don't get deviated too much in all that. I do understand you are in that peculiar age where you're being torn between two things. Studies and lot of happening things. Colorful dunya is there on the other side. You want to go in, but studies is pulling you back. I do understand that. But priority should always be on the studies. Okay. So everyone, I want you to identify this. So we will nominate. Okay, from here, two people. Mohanlal is always ready. Yes, no, macha? Hey, this time, what? No. Okay, two of you from here. Who is going? Robert. Robert. How do you say yes in what language you speak, macha? Huh? Tell me. M-I? M-I-Z-O, Mizo. How is it different from Hindi? Totally different or similar? There is a lot of difference. Okay, how do you say I accept? Huh? Ole. He accepted. Ole. Okay, ole. Accept. I want few more ole. So, ole for you also. Next to you only, macha. What's your name, da? Robert and Suhas. Today, at the end of the day, I want you to think of something in the break. Break though. How many? Who knows whistle? How many of you know to whistle? Oh yeah, we have that. Amazing. one by one. So at least I'll know who is whistling, no? Who is that? Pen cap and all they're using. Whistle podu girl. Say, okay, hands down, she's the winner. Anyone to beat that? Anyone to, pen cap ledo. Oh, board bacha, yellow man. Oh, tough competition. Okay, then no. Anyone else? Awesome. So whenever someone says, we'll appreciate. Okay. Instead of being jealous, let's push one each other in terms of studies and in terms of being more confident. Right. Online also same thing. You can type if you feel right. And also if you don't want to do this one, listen. Sir, you whistle, sir. Wait. Barlila. Barala macha. Yeah, I don't know how to whistle. I can only do. That's all. Not as creative as you people, you know. I was busy in studies, I did not do all this. Like, okay. So this I want you to do. Okay, now. So 2 people have enrolled for today. Or if you want to keep it, if anyone wants to go as an one also, I'm comfortable. Right? Just keep it a little lightly, just stay. Or if you have any interesting event or story that has happened in your life, short one, don't put half an hour blade on, right? Something around 2 to 3 minutes, share. Poem, if you have some, I know that some of you are creative. You have a short story or some experience. If it is some crazy experience you have experienced, please do share. Okay, and don't worry about what someone else will appreciate or not. Intention is what? Just to make it a little lively and just to make you a little more lovely for all of us. Okay, improve the confidence there. Yes, people, one of these two I want you to do, either a story or a Satyavachana, Sulluvachana. Choice is yours. Okay, now a last bench, balcony, who's signing up? 2 people here, we got Ole. Oh, that side Ole. That side, or we'll take up somebody who's wearing the Ole. Who's wearing the Ole? You'll go up, Amma. Online people are more interesting. Okay, super. Online people also tell. Done now. Few people, I want at least 4 to 5 people on a daily basis to sign up for it. Just take it as a challenge. Okay? Pakka you'll take up. Now I want yeses. Yes, sir. This means tie fisherly. He's like, what is this? Break, ada? Wait, we'll do 1 or 2 more problem. You got your entertainment now. Why break then now? Anyway, your break time is 7 o'clock, no? 6:13. What time is it now? What time is it? 5:45. Time is there then. That means time is there. Okay. So you tell your story. Okay. I will tell mine. I will also tell mine. Okay. Fine. Whatever. Only camera worthy. Okay. Right. But you can go bonkers. But I can't say. If I say, then they'll spread rumors. Oh, what is this guy and all? Huh? All right. But you can go bonkers with whatever you want. Right. But I'll restrict myself and tell whatever camera worthy things I've done. Fine. I'll also do it. Don't worry about that. Fine, people. All right. Okay. So why don't you start, sir? Okay. All right. I'll only start then. Okay. Satyavachana, Sulluvachana. I'll make a statement. You identify whether which is the right one, which is the wrong one. One, no. When I was in my CA journey, I was never in a relationship. Okay. Point number 1. Let me finish. Then you identify. Okay. Point number 1. Okay. Point number 2. I've had a near-death experience. I've almost drowned in a particular lake. Point number 2. Okay. Oh, maybe 2 is enough. Okay, go with this. First one, no. First one is I give up that image to you. Everybody is saying false. First one is false. First one, he's like, you have that cunning instinct. It might be true, he's saying. You are saying true, Amacha. How many of you say true? First one is true. Few. Rest are all saying false. Okay, second one, no? Second one is pakka true, na? What did I say? First statement was, I was never in a relationship during my CA study journey. False. Now don't ask who, why and all that story. No, only one story. All right. Second one, yes, I have had almost. I did drown in one of the lake. That was a very stupid decision of mine. I didn't know swimming much back then, I got enticed by few people and I took that leap of faith to jump into a particular quarry and I swam. Halfway through, I was like a dog. Yeah, yeah, because I was not able to control it. Almost going the. Maybe some good karmas have done in my life and probably your lovely karmas. So I'm still alive and sitting over here. So please don't do stupid things like this. This is just for, yes, I was stupid enough. I totally accept that. Okay. Right. Okay. Great. So like this, fine people like this. I want you to come up with your own creativity, whatever it is. Can you? Okay. Now, first we'll do creativity in terms of problem. Which problem? Question number 3. Panniyacha, pannanuma. 1 minute. Telling them, acha. Okay. Third question we have already done, is it? Third question done? Not done, huh? Okay, let's do question number 3. Okay, we'll try to. People, the target today is totally 8 questions to 7 questions we totally have to do. How many have we done with? 2. This is the third one. After this, we have 4 more to do. That's a target for today. Fun aside, every day ka target also should be satisfied. Okay. Studies along with little bit of entertainment. Okay. Come to question number. What was that? 3. This is the 9th question we are doing. Which question is this? 9th question. This is an LDR. Mark this as LDR. Great. Online also got it right. That is awesome. Super. Okay. Question number 3. Found. We'll do this one maybe with. Okay. Balance sheet of A and Co given. No. Done. Will we go to the main balance sheet or notes? Notes. In notes, what and all you'll identify? Number of equity shares. How many number of equity shares? 75,000. Each ka value? 10. 4,000 preference shares. Each ka value? 100. Great. Debit balance in P&L? 530. By now we are comfortable with this. Go to the adjustments. Okay. Following scheme of reconstruction came on what day? 1st April. So all the adjustment we have to pass on a same date. That is 1st April. One by one we'll look through. Preference shares are to be written down. 2 na by na. 2. How much? That means the new value of preference shares is 75. What was the old value of preference shares? So what is the entry for this? We know. What is the entry for this? Which question is this number? As per our class notes, it is question number 3, is it? Okay. Journal entry in whose books? Journal entries in the books of A and Co. On what date? All the entries on 1st April? 31st. No, they gave a date. No, 1st April, I think I saw. 1st April 20x2. Here they've given. Adjustment they gave. Reconstruction happened on 1st April 20x2. Okay, directly I'll pass the entry. Now, old preference shares there or cancelled? Cancelled. What is the, how many old preference shares we had? 4,000 cumulative or rather it is 6% cumulative. 6% cumulative preference share capital account debit. How many we had? 4,000. Each ka original value was 100. So total value is 4 lakh. Can I increase the speed a little bit for the common adjustments? Whatever has already come. Okay, to what? What did we give? It's reduced. From 100 it is reduced to 75. Have they told anything about dividend rate or no change? Nothing mentioned. So we'll write same. To cumulative preference share capital, number is still the same, 4,000, but the value, new value is 100 or 75. So 3 lakh. Balance will go where? Capital reduction, or you can use reconstruction. Use one. Don't use. Maybe you are comfortable with reconstruction, so I'll use that only. Arrived as balancing figure. How much? 1 lakh. Okay, this is done. Second adjustment. Chudama. Pakla. Preference shares are to be written down to 75 and equity shares is written down to 2. So what is the new value of equity shares? 2. What was the old value of equity shares? Old value 10, new value 2. So what is the entry? Equity share capital account debit. How many equity shares we have? 75,000 shares of 10 each, which is 7.5 lakh. 2 equity share capital. Number is still the same, but new value is 10 or 2 rupees. That means reduction is how much? 1.5 lakh. Balance will go off to reconstruction account, the balancing figure. How much? 6 lakh. 2 entries done. Okay, next. What is the next entry? Of the preference share dividend which are in arrears. Now you know, 1 second, hang on. Recap that concept for me about preference dividend arrears. If it is fully sacrificed, no entry. If it is partially sacrificed, then for sacrificed portion, no entry. Settled portion, entry is required. What entry? Reconstruction to bank if it is settled in cash or check. If it is settled in equity shares means reconstruction to equity share capital. Okay, let's see. Preference dividend is in arrears for how many years? 4 years. 3/4 is waived off. Waived off means sacrifice. They gave it in percentage of fraction. So how much is waived off? 3/4. 3 by 4 if you do in your calculator, it is 0.75. That is nothing but 75%. Or 3/4 is waived off means balance will be how much? 1/4. Correct? No. 1 minus 3 by 4 if you do, you always will get 1/4. You have done mathematics, no people, right? So 1/4 is what? 3/4 is sacrificed means balance 1/4 will be settled. How check? And equity shares of 2 each will be allocated for the remaining quarter. Remaining quarter means 1 by 4. So here it is full sacrificed or partial. Okay, first calculate how much is the total preference dividend arrears. Dividend is in arrears for how many years? 4 years. Take your calculator. What percentage preference shares are these? 6%. What was the original preference share capital? 4 lakh was the preference share capital. Oh, what is the dividend rate? 6%. So if you do 4 lakh preference share capital into 6%, you will get 1 year dividend. That is 24,000. Is 1 year dividend in arrears or 4 years? So what is the total dividend in arrears? 6. Any problem? In this 96,000, 3/4 is sacrificed or waived off. So any entry or no entry? No entry. What about 1/4? 1/4 is how much? 96,000 ka 1 by 4 is 24,000. This is settled. This is settled. So no entry or entry is required. You need to pass the journal entry for this. Yes, sir, people. For how much? Entry will be passed for 96 or 24. You don't have to show any working note. Directly we can do. If it is settled through cash, what is the entry? Cash or bank means? Reconstruction to cash or bank. Here cash or bank or equity shares. So what is the journal entry? Reconstruction account debit. You can show it in bracket here only. Check here. What is the preference share capital? 4 lakh. What is the dividend rate? 6%. If you do 4 lakh ka 6%, you will get 24,000. That is 1 year ka dividend. Was 1 year in arrears or 4 years? So this if you do, you will get total dividend. Total dividend you settled or only 1/4. So if you just show this, that's enough. No need for separate working note. So reconstruction account debit to what? Bank or equity share capital? To equity share capital 24,000. Paying preference dividend settled. That's the narration. Paka. By the way, online audience, I met Dilip sir today. He was really praising you. That online audience is umma anta. They are really good ante. He was saying offline audience not so good. That I added, sorry. Yeah. No, but yeah, he told that he really liked the online audience. I just wanted to communicate. He told that you were very receptive on that. So yeah, good for you. And he was also saying you were very full attendance almost maintained, he was saying. So that's amazing. Proud of you. Hopefully you attend my class also, please. Yeah. All right. Next one. What is the next one? No. Interest payable on debentures is to be paid in cash. It is waived off or paid. Paid. Okay. Interest payable. Go back to the interest payable means outstanding interest. Do we have outstanding interest as a liability in balance sheet check? In other current liability, there is interest payable on debentures. How much? 20 to 500. This is waived off or settled. What's a journal entry for outstanding interest settled? Outstanding interest to bank. They're calling it as outstanding interest or interest payable. So we will use the same name. Interest payable. They're calling it as what? Interest payable on the liability ka name they have used in the question is interest payable on debentures. How much is that? 20 to 500. If this was waived off means we would have credited reconstruction. Is it waived or settled? Settled. How did you settle? If they don't tell anything, settlement in banking channel. So 20 to 500. Now full maja na. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that is I think is this Trump statement. I think no maja. Okay. So this is done. Can we move on to the next adjustment? Okay. Debenture holder. Sir, this is one of the adjustment which makes this question LDR. Okay. Carefully stop. Here, let us do this together. Everyone, pay attention. Debenture holders agreed to take over freehold property. Fine. Do we show debenture holders in our balance sheet or debenture account? Debentures. What is the debenture account? 3,75,000. So is it there or we settled this? Settled by cash or they will take over freehold property. We give freehold property to them. Okay. All right. What is the freehold property ka value? 420. Okay. Is it necessary we should have only one property or we can have multiple? Is it mandatory that all the property we should give it to debenture holders or we can only give few? Few. Depends. Okay. Let's read the adjustment. Debenture holders agreed to take over freehold property. What is the book value? The book value of that freehold property is 1 lakh. Book value carrying amount is 1 lakh. But should it be taken over or valued at 1 lakh or can it be taken over at different value? Market value can be different. No? So what is the valuation of this freehold property? Means the market value of that freehold property is not 1 lakh. It is 120. This we gave it off to debenture. That means should we show that debenture or it is settled? Did they say full settlement? If it was full settlement means balance debenture would be sacrificed. It will go to reconstruction account. Anywhere we have full settlement or they specifically told part repayment. That means balance debenture will stay as it is. Correct, sir? Some portion you have settled. Okay, na sir? That's it or they give, maybe this we'll read further. Okay, tell me the entry for this. Debenture is settled not by paying cash but by giving what? Freehold property. Enna entry pa? 6%. 6% only, no? 6%. 6% debentures account debit. Guruve, we will write full value or settled value? Okay. Debentures, 1 minute, hang on. Okay. Of freehold property, how much? 1 lakh to freehold property. Book value of that freehold property is given to be how much? 1 lakh. Did they take over at book value or market value? How much is that market value? And the balance debenture settled or part payment? If it is part payment means is there any sacrifice or no sacrifice? Means debenture also you will debit by 120. Because there only in full settlement there will be a sacrifice. Sacrifice if it is there, it goes to reconstruction. This is part payment. 120 is settled, so 120 ka entry we passed. That's it. Any drama? Any problem in this adjustment? Okay, there is another part of this. I'll tell you later. Okay, now it's okay. And they also provide additional cash. How much? They are ready to give extra cash. How much? 1,30,000 secured by floating charge on company assets at an interest rate of what rate? 8%. Means indirectly. What is our existing debentures ka interest rate? 6%. That means here we are issuing new debentures at what rate? 8%. For how much value? So company has issued some new debentures which carries 8% interest rate for what value? 1,30,000. That's what they're trying to say. Yes, sir. What's the journal entry for new debentures? Yes. Bank account debit to 8% debentures account. How much did we issue this debentures for? 1 lakh? 1 lakh? 1,30,000. Being new debentures issued for cash. One partial settlement happened and we also issued new debentures, but which carries slightly different. Yes, Gaurav, we'll have to do that. Hang on, I'll do that later. But you're right. This one is done. Next to patents, goodwill, written off. Both are assets. Their value increasing or reducing. Now, do you think only one asset's ka value will reduce or maybe multiple? So we'll do a compound. Which and all assets ka value reduce, we'll combine and pass an entry. Inventory write-off, how much? 65. Writing off means increasing the value or reducing. So inventory value also reduced by how much? 65. 68,000 you have to give it for provision for bad debts or doubtful debts. Provision for bad debts, will you show separately in balance sheet or reduce from debtors? Reduce from debtors. That means indirectly what are they telling? Debtors ka value is also reduced by 68. You can credit provision for doubtful debts or you can credit directly debtors. Your choice what you want to do. Done now? Alright, anything more or these so far? This one about freehold property, we'll do it later. So these three ka compound entry will pass. All these are assets. Their value is reducing. Assets have debit balance. How do you reduce their value? By crediting it. So debit will be given to reconstruction account debit. To what? What is the first asset that underwent a reduction? Patent and goodwill we need to write off. Come to the balance sheet. Patent and goodwill, both you need to write off. Goodwill how much? 130. Patent how much? To goodwill 1 lakh 30,000. Huh? To patent how much? To patents account 37,500. That's it, or even inventory reduced. How much inventory reduced by? Inventory again is an asset. Its value reduced means you will credit. To inventory account how much? 60? 65,000. That's it, or even provision for doubtful debts. So either you can write provision for bad debts, okay, or you can directly credit which account? Debtors account, your choice. Fine now, people. Because provision for doubtful debts, ultimately we reduce it from debtors. So directly you can credit debtors account or you can write provision for doubtful debts. How much provision we need to make? 68,500. All these are assets ka reduction. Add this totally reconstruction debit how much? 3,01,000. Correct. Correct. Next. Now I want, have you updated this in your books? This adjustment or something else? Previous one. Which one? I'll tell you. So now, are we okay with this? Now come back. Read this adjustment. These two are connected, okay? That fourth adjustment, seventh, eighth adjustment are connected here. Stop. Everybody, whatever you're doing, check the screen. Okay, otherwise we will keep asking. Everyone stop, check the screen. In fourth adjustment, what happened? Debenture holders took over freehold property. What is the book value? 1 lakh. But was it taken over at book value or 120? Sir, if you give 120 worth of asset to somebody, you'll pass the journal entry for 120 only. If value of the asset is 120 means loan worth 120 is settled. So book value is not relevant. Like land ka book value, my Dadaji purchased for 1 lakh. Its market value is 1 crore. Now will I sell it for 1 lakh or 1 crore? 1 crore. So when you are giving a property to somebody, we don't want book value. We want what? Market value. The settlement value is what we need to pass the journal entry for. Correct, Sarji? That's the reason we don't pass the entry for 1 lakh, but for 120. Done? Okay, now 1 second, hang on. I'll do a small note for this. Maybe in the next page. How many entries are there over here pending, man? Okay, another 3, 4. Okay, fine. All right, check the screen, everyone. Stop, check the screen. One working note I'll do. Maybe you can just check and then accordingly observe. This. Wait, let me finish. Because you might be asking something I'm doing. Hang on. When we are doing that working note, let me finish and then ask. Particulars. Debenture holders. Balance. Now, people, is it necessary we should have only one freehold property or can we have multiple? Multiple. Okay, check the balance sheet. What is freehold property ka total value? 4,25,000. Entire 425 ka freehold property, did we give it to the debenture holders or book value only 1 lakh only? 1 lakh book value worth was given to debenture holders. Yes, no? Okay, let's first check this. I'll write here book value. and I will write here market value. First, we will do this. How much is the book value of freehold property? We gave it to the debenture holder. 1 lakh. Book value as in carrying amount. The carrying amount of freehold property or book value of freehold property is 1 lakh. But was it taken over at 1 lakh or 120? That means what is the market value of this? 1 lakh. Done, people. That means if an asset ka market value here has reduced or increased. So sad news or happy news? If an asset ka value from 1 lakh has become 120 means that is sad or happy news? How much happy news? Yes, sir. Correct. So that means this is written off or appreciation. Appreciation. Agreed. Okay. What is the total book value of freehold property? All the freehold property ka put together book value is how much? From the balance sheet notes you will be able to find that. How much is that? 4 lakh 25,000. Total book value of freehold property is how much? 425. In this 425 book value, how much book value was given off to debenture holder? 1 lakh. That means how much is still remaining with us? 3,25,000. Are we good with this? Any problem? And now keep this in mind and let's read this adjustment. Check this. Come to adjustment number 8. Remaining freehold property. Remaining freehold property. Why are they saying remaining? Because in this 425, 1 lakh worth freehold property we have or we gave it off? Gave it off. To whom? Debenture. So how much is remaining with us? 3,25,000. I mean, they're talking about this remaining freehold property. What is the book value? 325. But his market value of that should be 325 or could be something else. So check. The remaining freehold property after giving to debenture holders are revalued at what? 385, 385, 387. Fine. So remaining freehold property ka market value is how much? 387. Fine. That means the remaining freehold property has the value reduced or appreciated. 325 has become 387,500. How much appreciation? 60 to 500. Okay. So if you want, you can pass journal entry. When an asset is appreciated, what journal entry you will pass? Asset freehold property to reconstruction. You can pass an entry for 20 separately, 60 to 500 separately, or I will pass it for total. What is the total appreciation? 80 to 500. Got it, Asarji? So for this, I will pass the journal entry and give working note number 1 reference. Okay. If you don't like, you can pass entry for this 20 separately, 60 to 500 separately, your choice. I will do it for total. Can we do it now? Okay. So what is the entry? Freehold property value has appreciated. So the entry is freehold property account debit to reconstruction account. So come back to your journal entry and write freehold property account debit. Everybody got it now? Okay, freehold property account debit. I'll give working note number 1 reference. What is the total appreciation? 80 to 500. To what account? To reconstruction account, 80 to 500. Pass this entry. If you want working note, I'll wait. If you want, you can do this also. What is the the total will become basically these two. If you add, how much are you going to get? 507,500. Not required, but just saying. Oh, fine, sir. Copying or copied? Copying. Okay. Quickly copy. For this, we will do balance sheet. Okay, this is a good question. It has a lot of adjustments. So we'll do with the balance sheet. So these 2 questions for balance sheet is good enough from this topic. Now, add a doubt, sorted. This freehold property ka. 1. Here we have not sold, we are given away. Given away is not sale. You can pass separate entries as I told for 20 and 60 to 500. You can pass separate. That's okay. Yes, Macha. What's your name, da? Shakti. Tell me, da. What Shakti? We given, right? But did we give it at 1 lakh or 120? 1 lakh 20. So we pass the journal entry for what? 120. But in our books is the value 120 or 1 lakh. So first from 1 lakh, make it to 120 and then give it up. Because they took it over at 120, no? So you credited freehold property, how much? 120. If using your logic, then I should not credit 120. I should credit 1 lakh. Then 20,000 you showed separately to reconstruction if you don't want to do it like that. Like he said, I will treat this as profit on sale and transfer it to recon. Like that, if you want to route, it's fine. But ICA does like this, so I did like that. That's it. But both are acceptable. Can you show the journal entry? Of course, you're paid full fees, no? Why will I not show? Yeah, copy. Now, working note, anyone still copying or done with that? Copied. Can we get back to the problem? Others read the next adjustment and start doing it. Yeah, this was the highlight of the question. One of the highlight. Maybe one or two more are there. But yeah, one good adjustment. Because of this, I made it as LDR. One is this. Another one is a dividend. Some portion of dividend was sacrificed. Some was settled. So those are two good adjustments. Yes, yes. You can make a different entry with the same effect. Absolutely no problem. But I told the people as much as possible, show the entry to as matches with suggested answers, maybe a little better. But it's okay. Even if you want to route it slightly differently, ideally, I feel it's okay. All right. Investment sold for how much? 1,40,000. 1 minute. What is the check the investment value in balance sheet? 55. Sold for 1,40,000. Sad, happy news, sir. So that what's a journal entry for investment sold? Investment sold. Here we did not give away. We sold. What is the entry? A bank account debit to how much did you sell it for? 1,40,000. Is the investment there or sold off? So when you sell off, you'll write to investment. Okay. Right. How much is the value of the investment? 55,000. Balance is the profit on sale. Where it will go? Reconstruction account. How much is that balancing figure? Here, any gain, any loss will be accounted through reconstruction account. Okay. How much? 85,000. Sir, when you sell a property, gain you will show separately. In the previous May, we sold the property or we gave it off. Give it off. When you give it off, we don't show sale separately. That's what ICA does. But even if you want to route it like this entry also, it is fine. If you want to route it like this entry, what you will pass here? Bank account debit 140. To investment 140. Then investment ka value has increased from 55. It has become 140 means investment value is appreciated by how much? 85. So entry you will pass is investment account debit to reconstruction. Like that also you can pass two entries. Both are acceptable. Whichever way you want to route. Done na Sarji? Both ka effect ultimate will be same. But when sale happens, ICA routes it like this. Your call, how you want to pass it. It's fine. Hanji, break time. Papa, the face has become full sad. Yeah, bado gide. I know. Next, directors. Don't worry. Another 10 minutes we should be done. Directors to accept settlement of their loan. Go back to balance sheet. Are you able to see any director loan? Where is the director loan, pa? In current liability note number 4, we have loan from directors. How much? 1. Now this they are saying something. What happened? Let's see. That loan to directors to accept settlement of loan at what rate? So 90% of the loan will be settled. How? By allotment of equity shares. Okay, 1 lakh ka 90% how much? So 90,000 will be settled by equity shares. Okay, 5% you will settle it in cash. How much settled? Totally 95%. What about balance 5%? Okay, that means loan is there or fully settled. Loan fully you need to cancel because 90% of the loan got converted into equity shares. 5% you settled by paying cash. Another 5% they waived off. So loan is fully, okay, loan is a liability. It has what balance? Credit balance. They're calling this loan as loan from director. So what entry you will pass? Loan from director's account debit. How much is the total value of the loan? 1 lakh. How much percentage you settled? 90% through equity shares. If a company has issued equity shares, what will they credit? Equity share capital. 1 lakh ka 90%. How much? 90,000. 5% you settled by what? Cash. You can write either cash or bank. It's fine. 1 lakh ka 5%. How much? 5,000. What about balance 5%? Sacrificed or waived off. Goes off to reconstruction account. Arrived as a balancing figure. Clear? Okay. Now, next entry then. Make the writing speed fast, people. Don't take your own sweet time. For understanding, you can take time. Writing, always be it on the little higher side. Okay, there were some capital commitments. How much? 2,50,000. Capital commitment means we have some contract. Maybe to contract to purchase goods, contract to construct a building, whatever. The contract is signed. Suppose let's take, we don't know what sort of capital commitment it is. Could be whatever, right? Let's take the example. We have signed a contract with one engineering company or architect company saying construct our building. Construction not started. Only contract is signed. What is contract ka value? 2,50,000. That means that architect company will construct the building and we will pay how much? 250. That's what contract we have signed. Okay. So construction not started. We have this commitment. That's it. So what happened to this commitment? Check if it is honored or it cancelled. Check what they told. These contracts are cancelled. Now a signed contract when you cancel, will the other party keep quiet or impose penalty? They will ask, since you are cancelling, backing out of a particular signed contract, they may ask for some penalty. Here, how much penalty they're asking? You cancelled on payment of 5% of the contract price as penalty. What is the contract price? 2,50,000. Calculate 2,50,000 ka 5%. So if you are collecting penalty here or paying, so it's an expense or a loss. In this problem, all expense will be routed through reconstruction account. So what's the journal entry? Reconstruction account debit. What is the contract price? 250. What is the penalty? 5%. How much is that? 12,500. To what account? They say did not. Penalty paid means it is always paid by bank. If it is settled by equity shares or something else, they will mention. Nothing is mentioned means it is settled by cash or bank only. Okay, sir. Everybody good, sir? Sir, what about this 250, sir? That is only signed contract, right? Only when the construction starts, we will make the payment. Now, is this contract there or cancelled? So, will we pay 250 or nothing more? Only 12,500 is paid and contract got cancelled. So, no entry is required for 250. Only if you go ahead with the contract, you will pay 250. Here we cancelled it. Ignore taxation. Great. Cost, all that they asked us to ignore. So, journal entry done now. Okay, last three points. What are those? P&L debit balance, cancelled. Miscellaneous expenditure, not there. If it is there, cancel. And anything more given here in the adjustment? No. I mean, still if you have balance, it will go to capital reserve. Okay, let's do quickly reconstruction account. Okay, working note number 2. For this problem, we'll also do reconstruction account and balance sheet. Since it's an LDR question, let's have full solution so that it can help us on the examination day. Okay, reconstruction ka ledger, let's prepare quickly. Quickly post the things one by one from the entry people. Leave 1 or 2 lines. Still 1 or 2 entries more are there. So leave some 3-4 lines and then copy the reconstruction ledger. Okay, first entry ka posting. Quickly tell what will you post it as? Your reconstruction, you credited 1 lakh. So when you post this entry in reconstruction ledger, you'll write by 6% cumulative PSC. How much? 1 lakh. That is the first entry ka posting. Come to second entry. What is the posting? Here you credited reconstruction by 6 lakh due to equity share capital. So you will post it as what? By equity share capital, how much? 6 lakh. Okay. Then reconstruction to equity share capital. So in your reconstruction account, you will post it as to equity share capital 24,000. Simple posting of the entries. That's it. Okay, next. The fourth way nothing is there. We only want reconstruction. Here fifth also there is no reconstruction. Sixth also no reconstruction. Seventh may reconstruction account debit to tell me the assets one by one. To goodwill 130. Then to bad debts. Okay. Patent how much? 37,500. Then to inventory how much? 65,000. Then you can write data, you can write provision for doubtful debts or debtors, whatever you want to post. How much is that? 68,500. So that posting is done. Okay, next. After that, what was there? Bank to reconstruction. So in your reconstruction, you will post it as by bank. How much? Freehold property is also there. So freehold property to reconstruction. So you will post it as buy freehold property. Buy freehold property. How much? 80 to 500. Okay. Then buy bank. In the next journal entry, you will post it as buy bank. How much? 85,000 rather. Yeah. Reconstruction ledger we are preparing. So we only want reconstruction come out. 85,000. Then loan from directors. Buy loan from directors 5,000. Buy loan from directors 5,000. Okay, G. Next, reconstruction to bank 12,500. Now give me the total. Usually credit only will be more. So give me the credit total first. 8,70,000 to 500. This side also should be 8,70,000 to 500. Is it, or we are getting balancing figure? Okay, how much balancing figure we have? We have 5 lakh something. We have 5 lakh something balance. How much P&L debit balance we have? Check the question. How much P&L debit balance we have? Where is it? Where is it? 5 lakh. We have how much balance? We have 5,35,000 balance, and P&L debit balance is also 5,35,000. That means we have to. Can we write off P&L fully? Yes. So what is the journal entry? What first in the ledger posting? What you will do? In your reconstruction account ledger, you will post it as to P&L balancing figure. Okay, how much was the balance? 5 lakh? 35,000. Exactly that much we have. So is there anything more? Can we, if there was still balance, means we would have transferred to capital reserve. Here we don't have. Exactly we had 535. So P&L written off. So this journal entry first pass. What is the journal entry for this? P&L cut debit balance we need to cancel. So the journal entry will be reconstruction account debit to P&L. Reconstruction had 535. So 535 P&L balance got cancelled. There is no more balance. So I'll write here for our reference to capital reserve 0 because we don't have any balance. Exam you don't have to write 0 components, just for our reference. Okay, update this. Visible ledgers, everyone has updated. Those of you who have done with this, do the balance sheet. If you're done with balance sheet, you can take a break. Others, we will do balance sheet and we'll take a break. Finished? Matlab, updation is over. Everybody. Okay, now let's do the balance sheet. Balance sheet of which company? Balance sheet of A and Co. In bracket, mein what we will write? And reduced. When did we do all this reconstruction activity? They have given data 1420x1. If they give the date, write it. Otherwise, write it as ... x2 no. Okay. Okay. Balance sheet format. What is it? Particulars. So note number and amount. Are we doing notes or everything inside balance sheet? Balance sheet. Problem is already lengthy. We may not have time for notes, so it's okay. All right, people. Now, first heading is what? Equity and liabilities. Okay, under equity and liabilities, point number 1. Share capital. Under share capital, point number A, we will write equity share capital. Normally, sorry. Oh yeah, 1 minute. Hang on. I think I wrote 1 minute. Might want to change it. Okay. First, under equity and capital, equity and liability, we will write shareholders funds. Correct. Sorry. Shareholders funds. Under shareholders funds, point number A, share capital. Under share capital, point number 1, equity share capital. And now, people, we know the rule. What is that rule? Take the value as per the question. If you are preparing the liability side component, wherever you have credited, you will add. Wherein all you have debited, you will minus. First take question ka value. What is question ka equity share capital? Question ka equity share capital is given in note number 1. How much is that? 7,50,000. Now come to your solution. Where and all you have credited equity share capital, add. Where and all you have debited, you minus one by one. You would have credited multiple places. Check. First two, you debited by 750. So what do you have to do? Minus. Here you credited by 37,500. So what to do? Add. So 7.5 lakh minus, and then 37,500 you credited. So add. Correct? Okay, that's in journal. 1 lakh. 1 minute. First journal entry. Oh, this is cumulative preference share capital. Okay, equity share capital we credited by 1.5 lakh. Okay, value is not this problem only, no? Correct. A and co only, no? You credited by 1.5 lakh. So what you will do? Add by 1.5 lakh, not 37,500. Add by 1,50,000. This is the first journal entry or first set of journal entry card. Then where and all you have debited or credited equity share capital. Here you credited by 24. So again you have to add. 24 you credited again, so you add. Okay. Then check. Anywhere else we credited? Yeah, we credited in journal entry number 10. How much? 90,000. So again, you credited means minus add. Add 90,000. Anything more or that's it? That's it. So how much is the value? 2 lakh? 64,000. We have only equity share capital or even preference share capital? Preference share capital. What percentage preference shares are these? 6% cumulative PSC I will write. Same drama, take question ka value. Where and all you have credited, add. Where and all you have debited, minus. Question ka what is preference share capital value given in notes to accounts? 4 lakh. Now come to solution ka journal entry. In first journal entry, you debited by 4 lakh. So minus 4 lakh. And you credited by 3 lakh. So add. Minus 4 lakh plus 3 lakh. Anywhere else we touched upon preference shares or that's all? That's all. That means what is the final value of preference share capital? 1 lakh. So total share capital is how much? 3 lakh, no? 3,64,000. Done, Sarji? Oh, okay. This is actually 3 lakh. Oh, so that means the total will be 560. Got it. I am reaching Buddha zone. Okay, 564. Pakka, okay, na? Done. Next is what? Reserves and surplus. Reserves and surplus. P&L I'll not write because it's anyway written on. But in this, usually in these problems, capital reserve is something which many students will forget. Josh. Here I will write, but did we transfer anything to capital reserve? Zero. And P&L also will not come because it is already written on. Don't forget capital reserve. That is the intention of writing. In exam, you don't have to write this. But when you're revising, you should know that you should not forget to consider capital reserve. For that, I have written 0. Okay. All right. After this, non-current liability. Non-current liability. Under non-current liability, long-term borrowings. Long-term borrowings. So under this, any loan or debentures, long-term loan, if you have, you will show. Here we have what? In non-current liability, we have long-term borrowings. So note number 3, they are prepared. Come to note number 3. What is that? 6% debentures. Yes, Aji. Now, we will write 6% debentures first. Same drama. What is the value given in the question? 3,75,000. Debenture is a liability. It has credit balance. So in your journal entry, where and all you have credited, you will add. Where and all you have debited, you will minus. So check the journal entry. 6 in entry where came 6% debentures came up. Here you debited by how much? 120. So minus. Anywhere else 6% debentures was debited? No. Only one. How much you debited by? 120. So what is the value? 2,55,000. We have only 6% debentures or also 8% debentures? In the question, do we have any 8% debentures? No, 0. Question ka value 0. But somewhere in the journal entry, we credited 8% debentures. Where is that? Here. How much 8% debentures we credited? If you credit, you will minus or plus up. plus how much? 130. So totally how much balance? 1,30,000. So total long-term borrowing is 3,85,000. This is done. Any other long-term borrowing is there, or that's all? So that means now we can go for current liabilities. Okay, check the question. What and all current liabilities is there in the question? We have trade payable. So first we will write that. Trade payable. How much is the value of trade payables, people? 3 lakh. Check the journal entry. Did we debit or credit trade payable anywhere? Where? Trade payable. No, that means any change or same value? Huh? No, nothing. So that means nothing. No adjustment means this will stay at 3 lakh. After this trade payable, what else? Current, what else we have? Bank overdraft. Yes, sir, Ji. But here there is a small catch. Everybody just pay attention. Bank overdraft, I'll do it. There's one extra adjustment here. You need to be careful. I'll do that. I'll do it at the end. Leave bank overdraft. Other current liability. This one I've not yet done. Okay. This one I'll tell you in a bit. Leave that for the time being. I'll leave one line and then I'll go. Other current liability, they prepared note number 4. Come to note number 4. What and all is this? Loan from directors. It is there or settled? Now, this one you want me to write or manageable? Manageable. Okay, because it is settled. So will it come? No. Interest on debentures. We already settled. If you want, you can do the normal approach. Take question ka value, where and all you've debited, you minus. Or we know that anyway, we read the adjustment that these two both are settled. So hence, I will not bring them in. Are we comfortable? Yes, sir, people? Okay, this is done. Okay, now I'll not do the total. Hang on. I'll just write the total, but I'll not do the total. First, we'll go to the asset side. Bank overdraft, I've not yet captured. Hang on. There is an adjustment for it. What I'll tell you. First, let's do the assets. Come to the assets component. Roman letter to assets. Under assets, what will you write? Non-current assets. Okay. Under non-current assets, you'll write point number A. You don't write fixed asset anymore. We call it as property, plant and equipment. Sir, if they give you the breakup of PP, you need to mention one by one. Huh? Here in the one last problem, they had not given breakup, so we showed full. Here, I think we do have breakup. Check the question. What is the breakup of PP? Freehold property and plant. First, we will write freehold property. Freehold property. Okay, we can go for same approach. What is the question value of freehold property? The value as per the question of freehold property is 425. Freehold property is an assets. Assets have what balance? Debit balance. So in the journal entry, where and all you have debited, you will add. Where and all you have credited, you will minus. So come to the journal entry. Where and all have you done debit credit for freehold property? Here you debited by 80 to 500. And here you credited by 120. Only these two, no? Yes, no, people? 120 credit to 80 to 500 debit. So right, 120 credit to. So its balance will reduce by 120. How much you debited? 80. 80 to 500 you debited in one of the journal entries. So add. So total freehold property how much? 3 lakh? 3 lakh 87,500. Okay, this is done. Anything else we have? We have plant. Okay. Plant also same drama. What is the question ka value of plant? 50,000. This is question ka value. Where and all you have debited and where and all you have credited you minus. Any debit credit for plant or no debit credit? No debit credit. That means no adjustment. Plant will stay at what value? I'll write plus or minus 0. Okay, or I'll just leave it in this. No adjustment. So total plant is 50. So total PP will be 4 lakh 37,500. PP is done. After PP, do we have any intangible assets? Yes, we have two intangible assets, goodwill and patent. But they told an adjustment, goodwill and patent we kept or we wrote it off. We wrote it off means they have balance or no balance. So if you do it also, it will become ultimately 0. So I'll not bring, in the interest of time, I'll not bring it into balance sheet because it is fully written off. Okay. If you want, you can write in your notes and write question ka value 130. And in the journal entry, we credited by 130 here. Hence, its balance has become 0. You can show for your reference. But anyway, these are pretty straightforward. So I'll not write those zero components. So any intangible assets we have, or it's fully written off? Fully written off. This is done. This is done. Then what? Non-current investment. Non-current investment we have, or we sold off? Here they told an adjustment. Non-current investment we sold. So will it come? If it is sold, means it will still come in our books or removed. So I'll not show it as zero component. Manageable. So this investment also will not come because it is sold off. Any other non-current assets we have, or that's it? That's it. Now come to current assets. Directly I'll write the current assets. What are the current assets we have? Okay. B or point number 2 is your current assets. First current asset is, so intangible assets and investments I'm not showing because intangible assets we wrote off. So their balance is 0. Investment we have sold off. Hence its balance again is 0. So I'm not showing. If you want to show, again I'm telling you can show. Okay, current assets. First one is what, people? Inventory. Take the question ka balance. How much is question ka balance of inventory? 4,25,000. Check the solution. Where and all you have debited, add. Where and all you have credited, minus. I think we credited inventory. We credited inventory by 65,000. So minus. We credited by 65. We did not debit. We only credited. So what is the value? 3,60,000. Okay, then trade receivables. Trade receivable as in your debtors. What is the question balance of trade receivable? 4,85,000. Done now. Check the question. Did we debit or credit trade receivables or debtors anywhere? Yeah. Provision for doubtful debts ultimately is reduced from debtors only. So we are crediting debtors how much? 68,500. So plus or minus some? Minus 68,500. Because of this provision for doubtful debts. So what is the value? 4,16,500. And don't forget, in this reconstruction, we issued shares, we collected money, we paid and all. No? So bank balance. Bank balance is not there. Actually, in balance sheet, we don't show bank. We call it as cash and cash equivalents. Maybe I'll write the same name. Cash and cash equivalent means cash and bank put together. Cash and cash equivalents. Okay, now 1 minute. This one, I want every one of you to stop. Okay, and just allow me to do it first. This and bank overdraft, there is an interconnection. Everyone completely, whatever you're doing, stop. Check the screen. Or have you updated till here? First you update. I'll wait and then you listen to me. Till here, has everyone updated? Okay, then listen. What is the cash balance as per the question? As per the question, do we have any cash or bank balance? No. I mean, balance is 0. So come to the journal entry. Where and all you have debited bank balance or cash balance, you add. Where and all you have debited, add. Where and all you have credited, minus. Come to all the journal entry, you check. Here, from here onwards. Any bank or cash entry? Here you credited by 22,500. First, I'll do the debit. Here you debited by how much? 1,30,000. When you debit, the balance will increase. So add. Okay. Then we also credited by 22,500. Above 22,500 we credited because of this interest settlement. So this is done. This is done. Okay. What else? Anywhere else bank is there? Here bank debited by how much? Bank debited by 140. So add. 1 minute. Okay. Then anywhere else is there? Yeah. In director's loan, you credited bank by 5. Here also you credited bank by 12,500. 5,000 and 12,500 credit. So both are minus. 5,000 credit. Also how much? One more credit. What is that? 12,500. Okay. Tell me the balance. How much you're saying is the balances? 2,30,000. Okay, sir. Completely. Wait. Now stop. Check. What is the thing is? 1 minute. Bank overdraft is there in the question. Do we have any bank overdraft in the question? How much? 1,95,000. Yes. Okay. Is this bank overdraft settled? Sometimes they will say bank overdraft is settled. Anywhere it is settled or it is still there? Still there. Yes, sir. Okay. Now, what is this drama is, sir, as per accounting standard 3, cash flow statement, we'll do it after, maybe after 1 or 2 days, we'll get to that. What we say is, as per schedule 3 also, bank overdraft, is shown under cash and cash equivalent. For bank overdraft, where do we show bank overdraft? Under which category? Not under current liability, but under cash and cash equivalent. So it will form part of this. Fine, that's a requirement. Done now. Now, cash balance will have credit or debit. Cash means it will have what? Debit balance. But bank overdraft will have debit balance or credit balance. Credit balance. Hence, what do we do is, bank overdraft, if you have to show it under cash and cash equivalent, we will plus it or minus it. Minus it. Yes, everybody. So, point number 1. Bank overdraft, we show it under where? Cash and cash equivalent. So, you will add bank overdraft amount or minus? Minus. 1 minute, hang on. Give me one more time. There could be multiple permutation combination here. So, I'll write that. So, or maybe I'll try to fit in here. Or maybe I'll try to put in the next page. Okay, better. Okay, in this problem, without overdraft, what is a cash and cash equivalent? Cash and cash equivalent without the bank overdraft, without considering bank overdraft, how much is the balance you are telling it is? 2,35,000 debit balance. Okay, 2,30,000. 2,30,000 debit balance. Agreed? And bank overdraft has how much balance? 1,95,000 credit balance. Agreed? So what do? We net off. And balance, we show it as cash and cash equivalent. Bank overdraft is not settled here. It is only shown under cash and cash equivalent. Easy? Okay. So in this problem, no problem. What is the net cash and cash equivalent you will show? 35,000 as what? Debit balance. Yes, sir. Any problem? Okay. This is case 1. It is not there, but it can be asked. So I will build another case over here. Suppose, this is just for your info, okay? Your info, okay? Suppose cash balance is 1 lakh debit. Cash balance is, instead of 230, I am assuming the number to be 1 lakh. Bank overdraft, let's take it as still how much? Same, 1 lakh. If this is the case, is this case number 2 applicable for this problem or not applicable? This is just for our reference. I'm trying to explain this as a concept. Any one case can come in your examination. So both we are covering here. So what we do is, so here can we net off? Cash balance is only how much? 1 lakh. But bank overdraft is how much? 95,000. So if you net off, you will get 95,000 credit. Cash balance, can you show it as 95 credit in balance sheet? That will look odd. So when this case comes, what ICI does is, cash and cash equivalent, they will show it on the asset side at 1 lakh. It's cash and cash equivalent will come on the asset side at what? 1 lakh. Bank overdraft, they will show it under current liability as 1,95,000. So if you don't have enough cash balance you show separately, bank overdraft separately. If you have enough cash balance, then net it off and show. This is the approach ICI does. This in some problem they do, some they don't do. Why? I don't know. You write a letter to ICI. Fine. But as per the standard, bank overdraft also should form part of cash and cash equivalent. So ideally, that means you should do like this in every case. But showing cash balance as negative, it's a little odd. So when cash balance is not sufficient, tell me the provision once again. If you have to summarize this in words, what is it? If we have enough cash balance, then bank overdraft will be netted off. With what? Cash and cash equivalent. And the net number will come as cash and cash equivalent in balance sheet. Point number 1. But if you don't have enough balance, means cash balance is lower than bank overdraft balance. In that case, cash balance or whatever is the balance, here 1 lakh, shown separately as an asset. Bank overdraft shown separately as a liability. And which liability? Current liability. Now you tell me, this problem, case 1 is applicable or case 2? Case 1. Case 2 can also come. Understood? If you do the same amount, then net it off and show 0. If both are same, means you can net it off and show cash and cash equivalent as 0. That is also fine. If both are same, both are 1 lakh means you can knock off and make cash and cash equivalent 0. Showing zero cash balance is okay. Showing negative cash balance is not acceptable. That's what they're trying to say here. You can. Both are acceptable, right? I'm just telling what ICI does for marks and what we need to do for marks. Ideally, as per standard, we need to net off. Because cash equivalent, bank overdraft also forms part of cash equivalent. Ideally, we should net off, but ICI does this. So let's follow this for exam. Understood everybody now? Confusion or got it? Everyone pakka? Yes. Now come back to this problem. This problem mein, how much is cash balance? 2,30,000 debit balance. What is overdraft balance? 195. Do we have shortage or we have enough cash balance? I mean, show them separately or net off. So when you net off, ultimately how much balance remains? 35,000. Correct? Now means under here what you have to do? Only this or you'll net off 190 also. One net off bank overdraft. What does the bank overdraft come out? 1,95,000. That means the net cash and cash equivalent will come how much, people? Net cash and cash equivalent will come for 35,000. That's all is this concept. Done? Yes, when cash balance and overdraft balance both are same, net it off. Apply case 1. If both balance are same, apply case 1, net it off and make cash and cash equivalent 0. Okay now? Alright. Now give me the total. Total of liability side as well as total of asset side. 12 lakh, 49,000. Liability ka total also you do and tell me how much are you getting? Liability ka total, these three if you do, how much are you getting? 12,49,000. That's all. So balance sheet tallying is pretty straightforward. It's not a problem. Only balance sheet ka drama is this bank overdraft and cash and cash equivalent, which in this chapter they are doing it like this. In some problem they will show bank overdraft separately under current liability, cash and cash equivalent separate. They'll never net off. So ICI has used multiple approaches here. We will stick to one. What is one we are sticking? If we have enough cash balance, net it off. If we have shortage, show them separately. If they are equal, net it off. That's what we are doing. Okay. ICI has done multiple. Okay, great. Now, any more pending in this case or done? Okay, so let's take that much awaited break and come back and do the remaining. Okay. It's about 6:50. So let's come back and 7:20. How many minutes break you take? 15 minutes, no? Hey, yesterday you took 15, no? Now, how much you want now? 30. Okay. Come back again. 3 more problems are still pending. Oh. Okay. So I would like to finish the target today, not exceed. So come back by 7:20. Pakka. 7:20 sharp be over here. Attendance I'll show it at the end. I have not yet logged in. I will just check the login credentials and I will show. From tomorrow, maybe during the break time, I will log in. I'll show you the QR code. Okay. Today, bear with me. I will show it at the end. Let me get that QR. Fine. Take a break and come back. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I was about to message that. I'm not able to log into ERP. Showing some error. So try logging in. I'll show it at the end. This portal, I need this link. Right, you are working with us.
Yeah, Mahita.
Right. So get this link. I think this link, there's some maybe new ERP portal is link is different. Okay. Log in this and I will right away. Maybe during the break. Or you can use it.
It's pretty much not working. From Edo admin, I don't have access for it. A mobile, ma'am. No mobile. The iPad. The iPad. Yeah, okay. 1 minute, I'll make a video call. 1 minute. Just 1 minute, man. This browser right now, ma'am. Ma'am? Safari. 1 minute, ma'am. One minute. No, it's showing like it can't open the image. One minute. It's coming like it can't open the email. Can't open only. It's not. It's showing that it can't open. Ma'am, I can't see your screen. No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's coming like this only, ma'am. I can't do it, ma'am. I'm not able to log in only. I'm trying to log in into that, ma'am, but it's showing I can't open the image. I'm like can't open the page. Ma'am, I did that. I did that, but it's not sure. Ma'am, I tried doing that. I tried opening the. I tried opening. It's not showing. Ma'am, I connected to the internet. Not like the page is not open at all. And I tried connecting it with the page. The Wi-Fi is on. The internet is connected. Everything is done, but it's not like it can't be connected. Hello? I tried the Safari, right? I tried logging the portal, right? The portal link, right? It's not working. I searched for everything. It's not connected. But the Wi-Fi is connected. அது வந்துட்டு அந்த லிங்க் வந்துட்டு அவர் போட்டுருக்காரு ஷோக்கே ஆகல அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க நம்மள அப்படின்னாங்க சரிங்க 5 5 I was not able to see your screen. So, what is the password? Ship. What did it? What did it? Something was there. Should I call them? There and there. Call Melvin. If you did bring your own letter, can I select it? Okay, right. Hello. Building ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವೈಫೈ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋನ್ ಇರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಐಪ್ಯಾಡಿಗೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಐಪ್ಯಾಡಿಗೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಏರ್ಟೆಲ್ ಏರ್ಟೆಲ್ ದೀರಾ 8543 ಏರ್ಟೆಲ್ ದೀರಾ 8543 ಅಷ್ಟೇನಾ? Unable to join. ಏರ್ಟೆಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ಏರ್ಟೆಲ್ ಅದಿತ್ತು 858.5. ಹಲೋ, ಹೇಳಿ. ಟ್ಯಾಬಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದೋ ವೈಫೈ. Very soon. Your number this is what it is happening. Actually, it happens. ಹಲೋ, ಹಾ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ, ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಬಿಡು ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. ಹೊಸ
You want to take prayer? Yes, people, are we back? Yes, people, settle down. Let's start off. The last question we did was third one, huh? Okay. Settle down, settle down. So, people are still coming, huh? Yes, people, quickly settle down. Yeah, first bench, settle down soon. Sit. Okay, people, welcome back after the break. So let's continue. Question number 1 and 2 not yet done, right? Okay, 3 is done. What about fourth? Fourth done. Okay. Fifth one not yet done, right? Okay, let's do the fifth one. This is what question number 9th or 10th we are doing. 10th question. Okay. All right. Everyone, maybe one adjustment is there. For that, we'll make this question as an LDR. Okay, pretty much straightforward, but one adjustment is good. Okay, let's close the door. I mean, I think people are expecting. Maybe close the last end of the second door. Okay, repair limited. Earlier, I think this question was there in our study material. Now, in the new study material, they have removed it. But I still feel this is good. Repair limited is in the hands of a carefully read. This is slightly different. Don't get distracted. Easy, but understanding the question on the first few lines is important. Careful. Repair limited is in the hands of a receiver for debenture holders who has a charge on all assets except uncalled capital. Repair limited gives the following information as regards to creditor on 31st March. So in this problem, first major observation, they have not given balance sheet. Guys. Don't get deviated. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Break over. Listen. Yeah. Okay. Now, normally in internal reconstruction, they give balance sheet. So we normally proceed. Here, balance sheet is not given. Now, if you don't pay money to the debenture holders, what will happen? If company does not pay money to the debenture holders, what will happen? Something you would have given as security to the debenture holders that they will sell and recover the money. Yes. Now, do you think there will be one or two debenture holders or thousands? Thousands. It will be a clash. Hence, there will be a debenture trustee or debenture trust that will be established. They will sell the assets, recover the money, and distribute to the debenture holders in case something wrong happens. Are we fine? Okay, that here we are calling it as a receiver. That we are calling here as a receiver. Okay, receiver ka job is what? Sell the assets, collect the money, and distribute to the debenture holders. Okay. That means all the value, the receiver will analyze it from the book value perspective or realizable value perspective. By selling the assets, how much money you will get. Receiver is interested in that. Company is interested in what? Carrying amount or book value, right? But here records are given from company perspective or receiver perspective. Receiver perspective. Okay, now check. PP. What is PP ka carrying amount? 390. Is receiver interested in carrying amount or sale value? It is a sale value is estimated how much? 1,50,000. But carrying amount is how much? 3,90,000. Okay. Okay. Cash in hand. How much cash in hand is there? 270. Okay. Charge under debentures is the total. This is just a total. Leave that. Okay. Uncalled capital. Uncalled capital means we have some final call money. We have some final call money. How much is that final call money? 1,80,000. So if required, company can ask the shareholders to pay how much? 1,80,000. This is your final call money on an indirect way. Deficiency, they are saying. Deficiency is a shortage. Debenture holder will analyze. Suppose by selling the assets, receiver is expecting how much money? 10 lakh assumption. But we have to pay 15 lakh to the debenture holder. So we have surplus or shortage. That we are calling it as what? Deficiency. Deficiency does not mean P&L. It means cash shortage. The receiver is saying there is a cash shortage. By here in this example, by selling the asset, receiver is expecting to receive how much money? 10 lakh. But how much is supposed to be paid to the debenture holder? 15 lakh. How much cash shortage is there? That we are calling it as deficiency. Deficiency is not P&L debit balance. It is just a cash shortage that receiver is estimating. Okay. All right. Company has 6,000 shares of 60 each. Multiply these two. 6,000 into 60, you know how much are you getting? 3,60,000. But is it shown at 360 or 180? Why 180? Because 60 is face value. How much have the shareholders paid? That means final call money is how much? 30 per share. 6,000 into 30 if you do, how much are you going to get? 1,80,000. That is nothing but your uncalled capital or final call money total. Yes, sir, Sarji. If required, we can ask the company can ask the shareholders to pay this 1,80,000 ka uncalled capital or final call money. Company has issued first debentures for 3 lakh. First priority, these guys will get. Then there is a second debenture for 6 lakh. Unsecured trade payable for 4.5 lakh. This ICA is removed because this question looks a little odd. Because normally they give what? Balance sheet. Here balance sheet is given or missing. They gave all this from whose perspective? Company's perspective or receiver perspective? Receiver perspective. Yes, but is receiver doing internal reconstruction or company? I mean, first observation is, see, we know whether question says or does not say. One adjustment, we have to do 3. One among that is P&L debit balance. Should you keep it or cancel? In order to cancel P&L debit balance, first we need to know how much is P&L debit balance. That will normally be given in balance sheet. But is this balance sheet or this is just some information? So that means what makes this question as LDR is P&L ka debit balance is missing. First get that as a working note and then do the adjustment. Adjustments are pretty straightforward. The only thing is to get what? P&L ka debit balance. Okay, sir. So that's the reason I have not removed this question. I've kept it as it is. ICA study material, I think this is removed. 2 years back it was available. Now I think they've removed as far as my knowledge, but it's okay. Good adjustment. Let us keep it. Fair enough. How do we get that P&L debit balance? Very simple. I'll prepare a balance sheet. I'll prepare a balance sheet, not a full-fledged balance sheet, as a working note. In working note, if you're preparing balance sheet, means you don't have to prepare it in Schedule 3 format. You can prepare it in your 11th grade sole proprietor format. That is all the liabilities you can show here and assets you have to show. Right? Now here, all these are what, people? All these are what? From here to here, it is liability. This is equity share capital. Yes, sir. Equity share capital, you know. Current and non-current liability also, you know. Debenture is a non-current liability. Trade payable is a current liability. Yes, sir. So that means total liability side, missing or given? Given. On the asset side, do you know assets? Yeah. Asset ka, this is what? Book value or set realizable value? But balance sheet, who will prepare? Company. Company will show realizable value or book value. So what is the book value of plant and machinery? What is cash balance? I mean, two assets we have. But one is PP, another one is cash. This charge, uncalled, all these are faltu, right? So you have asset information, you have equity liability information. Balance sheet will not match. There will be a balancing figure. That balancing figure is nothing but your P&L ka debit balance. First get that and then do your working. Can we do that first and then read the adjustment? That's all is the crux of this question. Got it up? Arriving P&L ka debit balance. That's all. Okay, question number, what is this now? Question number 5. Working note number 1 we will do, which is what to get what? P&L ka debit balance. Okay, how are we getting P&L ka debit balance? Through preparation of balance sheet. So I'll prepare a balance sheet in Schedule 3 format or normal T format? Normal T format. Show all the assets and liability information, whatever is available. First, we'll capture the asset. What asset we have? PP. Come to balance sheet and write PP. Or maybe I'll give the heading, liabilities amount, assets amount. You can copy simultaneously. This is a very easy working mode. Liability amount, assets amount. Under assets, so first component we call it as PP. How much is the PP balance given, people? We will take 150 or carrying amount, because company will show PP at that carrying amount. If this PP is sold, if it is sold, how much you will recover? 1,50,000. That too, who company is telling this 150 or receiver is saying? Receiver is a third party, some debenture trustee. They are estimating that if you sell, we will recover 150. Have you sold it or not yet? Not yet. That means currently this PP is shown in balance sheet at what amount? 3,90,000. So what is this? Carrying now. Done now. Okay. Any other asset is there? Yeah. Cash in hand is there. Capture that. I'll not prepare any format, current asset, current asset, no, just because it's a working note. So cash in hand, directly I'll write. How much is cash in hand given? 2,70,000. Okay, this is the total, leave that. Uncalled capital. Uncalled capital is final call money. We have already received or not yet? Not yet. Nice, no? In class, all this distraction will be there. That is the more fun. Correct, no? Yeah. Uncalled capital is already recovered or not yet? Currently, we are preparing what is the existing position. Right? So this not yet called. Deficiency is P&L debit balance or this is receiver is estimating. This is what? P&L debit balance or cash shortage? Cash shortage. Is that relevant for the company or not yet? Not yet. Leave that. Equity share capital, will it come up? Yes. How many equity shares we have? 6,000. Face value may be 60. Currently, company has recovered 60 or only 30? Okay, 6,000 shares. Company has only recovered currently 30. So equity share capital, how much? 1,80,000. Okay. Other than that, we have three liabilities. First debentures, second debentures, and trade payable. Okay. What are the value given? 3 lakh, 6 lakh, 4 lakh, 50,000. Okay. Anything else or that's it? That's it. So give me the total, people. Liability ka total, equity liability ka total you give me. 15 lakh, 30,000. This side also should be 15 lakh, 30,000. Is it matching or there is a balancing figure? How much balancing figure we have? Huh? 15 lakh, 30,000 minus these two. 8 lakh, 870. That is nothing but what? P&L ka debit balance. Usually P&L ka debit balance under reserves and surplus, we show it as a negative. Instead of showing it as negative, I'm showing it as on the asset side because anyway there's a working note. Proper format is not required. So there's nothing but your P&L ka debit balance calculated or arrived as a balance. Arrived as a balance. This was not given, so this becomes working note number 1. That's all. One highlight of this question. One major highlight. Update. Then we will read the adjustment and it's pretty faltu easy adjustment. We can take care of it. All of you have updated or updation is still going on? Okay, G. Let's come back to the question now then. Now the adjustment. Check. A holds first debenture 3 lakh. Remember yesterday's problem ka X and Y? Same wala adjustment. There it was X and Y. Here it is probably A and B. Okay. A holds first debenture how much? 3 lakh. A holds second debenture. Second debenture is how much? 3 lakh. Okay. A is also unsecured creditor for how much? 90,000. Similarly, B is a second debenture holder for 3 lakh. Creditor for 60,000. This used to be given as a separate table in one of the previous questions. Here they've given it as a para. That's it. Okay, let's go into the adjustment. Following scheme of reconstruction. Reconstruction, the receiver will do or company will do? Company. So we'll have to analyze it from the company perspective. First, A is to cancel 2,10,000 of his total debt. Same drama. Okay. And to bring 30,000 in cash. A will cancel how much? 210. Whatever cancellation will go off to reconstruction account. A is also ready to give how much extra cash? 30,000. And he will take what? First debentures in cancellation of already those issued to him for how much? 510 in satisfaction of all his claims. Currently, A has how much interest in the company? 1 interest or 3 interest? First debenture, second debenture, creditor. He is ready to cancel off this total interest. He is ready to cancel how much? 210. And for the balance, what does he want? First debentures. Yes, sir. That means all this three things we have to show or cancel. Cancel 3 things and issue 1 new debentures. Rate they have not given. Okay, na sir? For some value. Clear. Tell me the journal entry. All these. For investor, this is an asset. But we are passing the journal entry for investor or company. For company, first debenture, second debenture, creditor and all is a liability. How do you cancel that? Debiting. First, we'll do the cancellation for A. So let's get to the journal entry. Journal entry in whose books? Journal entries in the books of Repair Limited or Repairs Limited. Okay, first journal entry, cancellation. What are the three things for A we need to cancel? First debenture. Full first debentures you will cancel or only relating to A? Only relating to A. Only what is first debenture relating to A? 3 lakh. Okay. Right. Oh, the A also has second debentures. Second debentures also we need to cancel worth how much? A ka share 3 lakh. And also A is also a creditor. Creditor or trade payable. How much is that? So trade payable account debit and 90. Okay, sir. Leave one or two line because you can get balancing figure on the debit or credit. Okay. A also gives up cash. Right now, A gave cash means you will. If A is giving cash, company is receiving cash. I write bank account. If you want, you can also write cash. It's okay. How much cash A gave in the adjustment? Because debit. Yes, sir. And how much A is ready to cancel? A is ready to cancel 2 lakh 10,000. Cancellation will go to which account? Reconstruction account. How much cancelled? 2 lakh 10,000. And for the balance, once first debentures account. 5 lakh 10,000. Here you don't have to get it as balancing figure. I think here it is given. 5 lakh 10,000. Easy na sir. Same as that X and Y wala problem. No change. This is for A ka interest ka cancellation. Wait, or can we get to the next adjustment? No problem. Okay. Next adjustment. B is to accept what? 90,000 in cash in satisfaction of all claim. Sir, B is having how much interest in the company? B has second debentures worth 3 lakh, creditor for 60,000. For all this, B is asking the company, give me 90,000. That's it. Part settlement or full settlement. You know, satisfaction of all claims means full settlement. That means balancing figure, if it is there, it is a reconstruction. So these first debenture or rather second debenture and creditor relating to B, keep it or cancel it. So let's do it for B now. Second journal entry relating to B. B is a second debentures, no? B is holding a second debentures for how much value? That we need to cancel. It has credit balance. To cancel, we shall debit. B does not own first debenture. B only owns second debentures and trade payable. B is a creditor or trade payable to what extent? 60,000. Is B ready to give some extra cash like A? No, B is smart enough. B is saying, you give me cash. I will not give cash. You give me cash. We are paying how much cash or money to B? B is telling, give me 90,000 as a full settlement in cash. So we gave B. So if company pays cash to B means cash is going out. So we credit back. Done. And this 90 was paid off in full settlement. That means any more money we're going to pay to B, or that's it. That means balancing figure goes off to. Balancing is a sacrificed portion which goes off to reconstruction account. Arrived as balancing figure. How much? 2 lakh. 2,70,000. This is about pertaining to B. Okay, now sir. Easy only, no? Not required. It's okay. Just for our reference. Some of them will say how we got it. I don't want that doubts and all in recorded sessions. Because then now I would have taken class. So somebody would have purchased the class 4 months later. 3 months later. Then they will say, how did you get 270? Sometimes they will not even. Recorded students go, you should see their doubt too. How you got 270? That's it. Which chapter, which question? First of all, who are you? Their name will be R15. So some name they will give. What is 270? Where did you get 270? From my pocket I got 270. Right? So like that. So I don't want all that. So let me illustrate. I mean, write it as much. This is my first batch, no? almost over, no 2025 batch over. So we know that some doubts where it will come. So we can avoid all that. So for me, I am reducing my workload by writing all this. Okay. Yeah. Done. Because majority of my audience are recorded. So yeah. No, thanks to you people for trusting. Oh, yeah. So I'm happy with that. But also people, because of that, now you have cancelled all my foreign trip. Oh. Why? Earlier, no, I used to go for I was a big fan of Himalayan treks, offbeat places. One week, 10 days, I used to go off as backpacker. Okay, now if there used to be no network, phone never used to work, no phone, nothing. Just only full nature, full chill, all tent to stay we used to do. It was just to be really nice. Okay. But now if I go, no network means when I come back, once I went on a cruise, okay, right, to I think I don't remember the place, Mauritius or Maldives, I don't remember, whatever, which place, I forgot, right? So there it was no internet, 3 days, I was very happy, okay, full detox, so no phone, no nothing. The day I came back, sir, I think I landed in Bombay, I saw there was more than 200 questions, sir. Karma Kanda. Next time, I will not go to trip only. Sir, it took about 8 to 9 hours just to look at phone. Kandana full like this. Yeah, 200 doubts in 3 days. Who will clarify, sir? They asked in 3 days. I have to clarify now. Otherwise, they're like, he's not answering doubt only. They will raise some tickets and all. They will see, oh, now that also I have to answer. Wait, I will answer. Wait, I will answer. Yeah, so now I've decided I'll not even go to offbeat place. If I'm going anywhere, there should be network. Otherwise, no network place, no chance of going now. But either ways, that's okay. I don't mind that. But really, thanks for trusting. I know that I get a lot of messages that are we are from Kerala or we are from Bombay or Delhi. So that really feels nice that you're trusting us with your time and money. So mighty glad. So don't worry. Just because I said that, don't stop buying classes, pa, it's okay. Why it's okay. I don't mind. I will travel with the network place on. I don't mind. Yeah. I don't mind taking your money and your compliments. Yeah. All right. Come back to adjustment number three. Okay, this is again one of the highlights of this question again. In full settlement of 75% of the claim. Read this line carefully. Close that last door, please. In full settlement of 75% of the claim, unsecured creditors other than A and B. So now people, A was a creditor for how much? 90. B was a creditor for how much? 60. Is A and B ka settlement already done? Yeah. Now, other than A and B, there could be some other creditors also. Now, they probably are ready to sacrifice something. That's what they're telling over here. In full settlement of 75% of the claim, unsecured creditors other than A and B agreed to accept what? 4 shares. That means other creditor we are settling not by paying cash, but by shares. If they don't tell anything, shares is always equity shares. If preference shares is mentioned, we will take. Otherwise, equity shares. How many shares are we giving? 4. Each ka value how much? 7.5. Fully paid against the claim of 60 rupees. That means if we have to pay 60 rupees to this other creditor, how are we going to settle this 60 rupees? By giving shares. How many shares? 4 shares. But should we have to pay 60 rupees to other creditors or a different money? This is a ratio. 60 rupees if you have to pay means you have to give how many shares? 4 shares. How much we have to pay to other creditors? They have not given. We need to find. Done, sir. Find that and proportionate. Can we try? Okay, this is a working note. So let's prepare a working note for this. How many adjustments are there here? That's it, I think. No? Okay, let's do a thing. I'll prepare it at the end here somewhere. You can leave some lines. I don't know how many lines. Or maybe just check and then write. Or you can leave about 8 to 10 lines and then copy this working note if at all you're copying. Okay, this is relating to other creditors. Okay, everyone. Working note 2, na? Okay, done. First, what is the total creditors or total trade payable? Total creditors here refers to trade payable, okay? So what is the total trade payables? Huh? 4,50,000. Done, sir. This is the total. But in this, A and B is also included. A and B ka settlement yet to be done or already done. So reduce trade payable relating to A and B. I'll just simply write relating to A and B. How much is the trade payable relating to A and B? A is a creditor for how much? 90. B is a creditor for 60. A ka 90, B ka 60. Some dirty minds are thinking differently. Okay, huh. So from this 450, if you eliminate 150, how much are you going to get? 3 lakh. Okay, na sir. So 90,000 to 60,000 creditors relating to A and B already settled. So what are the other creditors? Other creditors are 3 lakh. So far good. Any problem till here? Now they're talking about this other creditors. Let's read this line once again. Okay. In full settlement of how much? 100% are we settling for other creditors or 75%? 75% amount payable to other creditors we are settling. So first let's calculate. This is 75% or 100%? 100% payable to other creditors. First find 75% because question is saying something. 75% of above is how much? 3 lakh ka 75%. How much? 2 lakh 25,000. Now this you need to pay to other creditors. How are you settling this? 75% of this other creditor ka claim you settled by issuing equity shares. How many equity shares given or we need to calculate? We need to calculate. So let's proportionate that over here. So what did they say in the question? So if you want to settle 75% means we will settle. How we will settle? By issuing how many shares? 4 shares. We will issue 4 shares if the settlement value is how much? If the settlement value is 60 means we will give 4 shares. Is the settlement value 60 or 225? We have to pay 60 rupees to this other creditor or 225? So 3 lakh, no. Are we doing 100% settlement for other creditors or 75%? 75% settlement amount is settled through shares. So 75% ka amount is how much? 2,25,000. 60 rupees if you have to settle means we will give 4 shares. 2,25,000 if you have to settle means how many shares? Got it up? Pakka, once more, what is it? Once more. 60 rupees. How 60? I am not telling. They told in the question. 60 rupees if you have to settle to the creditor means, other creditor means how you will settle? By giving 4 shares. Should you have to pay 60 rupees to them or 225? 225 because we are talking about 75% wala settlement. That's the reason. 2,25,000 you have to pay means how many shares will be given? So tell me what is the total number of shares issued? Proportionate. How do you calculate X over here? 2,25,000 into 4 divided by 60. Cross multiplication we know, no? This will be multiplied and this divided by 60. How much is this? Into 4 by 60. 225 into 4 divided by 60 will give us what? This 15,000 is the value of the shares or number of shares? Number of shares. For journal entry, we need number of value. So what is the value of above shares? They only told in the question check 15,000 shares we have issued, but each ka value is 7.5. They have mentioned in the question. So how much is that? 1,12,000. Okay, now they could have told very easily, How much you have to pay totally? 225. You paid 225 or only 1,12,500? I mean, it's 50%, no? Simply they could have reduced our headache, your headache, everyone's headache by saying what? 50% settled. That means other 50% sacrifice. Chumma they went like this and all and going. Right? No. So basically 50% of this 225 settled by issuing equity shares. Balance 50% sacrificed. Done now. So what is the sacrifice portion? Here only we will write it. Sacrifice portion. Because they said it's full settlement, no? 225 ka settlement happened by issuing shares worth how much? 1,12,500. That means a balance 1,12,500 is sacrificed. Done now. Okay. This is 100% settlement or 75% settlement? 75% settlement. Okay. Balance 25%. What to do? I'll read. Someone is saying, okay, once again you tell no, I did not get it. Oh, no problem. What is the total trade payable given in the question? 4,50,000. In that, two people were also creditor. That is A and B. A and B ka settlement yet to be done or already done. So A ka related creditor, B ka related creditor, you reduce it because settlement is already done. So in this 450, 150 belongs to A and B. That means balance 3 lakh belongs to whom? Others. Now this other creditor ka settlement you'll have to do. Full 3 lakh ka settlement of other creditors did you do or only 75%? So 75% of the other creditor amount. They told. Science. What is the total other creditor amount? Total other creditor amount 3 lakh. We are settling 3 lakh or 75%. So hence calculated 3 lakh ka 75%. How much is that? 225. Okay, Vishwanath, you said once more. Till you're okay, na macha? Till 225. Are you comfortable? Okay. Now the settlement. How are you settling this 225? Cash or shares? Shares. Shares directly they gave or ratio they gave? They told in the problem 60 rupees if you have to pay to the other creditor means you will settle the 60 by issuing 4 shares. 60 if you have to pay means you will issue 4 shares. Are you settling 60 or 225? 225 you have to settle means how many shares will you issue? When we proportionated, we got 15,000 shares. But for entry, we don't need number, we need the value. Each share ka value is how much? 7.5. So multiplied. How much did we get? 1,12,500 is settled. How much totally we had to pay by share? 225. 225 we paid or only 1,12,500? This is part settlement or they told full settlement? They told full settlement. That means what is balance? In 225, this much is settled means balance becomes sacrifice. Sacrifice portion goes where? Reconstruction. That's it. Now better, Ada. Others are also comfortable here and in the online. Okay, great. Now 1 second, hang on. This is full settlement or 75% settlement? There is still 25%. If they don't tell anything means 25% of 3 lakh will remain as what? Creditor in our balance sheet. If they don't tell anything, have they not told anything or they've told something? Check. And 1 second. And the balance, this is 75%, right? The balance is how much? 25%. Okay, what happened to this balance? Check. The balance 25% is to be postponed. That means are we settling now or later on? Later. And it is to be paid at the end of 3 years. Sir, creditor and all you'll settle after 3 years, huh? Or creditor is a current liability. Current liability is something which you settle within 1 year. Here you're doing settlement within 1 year or 3 years. I mean, this is really creditor or trade payable or in a way it became loan. That means what do you have to do? From creditor, you're currently showing it as a creditor. Reclassify. From creditor, you make it to creditor, you cancel and make it as a loan. Because you're not settling within 1 year, you're settling beyond 1 year. Hence, we are not showing this as a creditor. More appropriate one should be to show it as a loan. What is the entry? Creditor, we need to cancel. Creditor has credit balance. How do you cancel? Debited. So entry will be creditor's account debit to loan account. 100% or 25%? That directly can we do it in journal? Okay, first let's do it for 75%. Okay, come back to the journal entry. Have you copied this? All of you? Okay, come back to the journal entry. First we'll do settlement of 75%. Or we can also, if you want, you can do it together also. Can I do it together? One compound journal entry. Okay, we are showing it as creditor or trade payable? Trade payable. Sir, what is the total trade payable given in the question? 450. Can we take 450 or only others? Others ka total trade payable is how much? 3 lakh. Because in this 450, A and B is also included, which A and B is already settled. We already cancelled A and B. Or if you don't want like that, you can also do it like this. What is the trade payable given in the question? 4 lakh 50. Check the above journal entry. Here you debited trade payable by 90. Here you debited by 60. Trade payable has credit balance. If you debit, its balance will reduce. So initially you debited by 90. Again you debited by 60. So what is the balance? Or directly you can write here other creditors 3 lakh. Whatever way you're comfortable. Yes, sir. Now this has got settled. How did you settle? Through cash or equity shares? What is the value of equity shares? 1,12,500. If they just tell shares, it is always equity shares. So equity share capital working note number 2. How much? 1,12,500. Is there any sacrifice that happened? Yes. Sacrifice portion where it will go? To reconstruction account. Same working note number 2 only. How much is that value? 1,12,000. This is towards 75% settlement. Yes, no. For balance 25%, calculate 25% ka 3 lakh. Or you can also get it as balancing figure. What is the balancing figure here? 75,000. This did you settle now or postponed after 3 years? Postponed to 3 years means is it credit or it's a loan? So you treat it as one loan account. Arrived at, you can calculate as 3 lakh ka 25% or get it as a balancing figure. Whichever way you're comfortable. That's about this entry. I hope comfortable with this adjustment. Yes, sir. This is another highlight of this particular question. Two highlights. One, P&L debit balance not given. Other creditor ka settlement, they given some weird ratio, which we calculated. That makes this question or adjustment to be LDR. And also people, just because I call out a question as LDR, doesn't mean you have to revise the full question on the examination day. Now in this question, is full question new or only two adjustments? One is P&L ka, another one is this. So only these two if you revise on examination day, done. Balance is repetitive, you can cut like that. That you can analyze it and write it in a notebook. What is new to you, whatever you feel is better to revise on the last day, you can fine tune it and write it. All that you can do it for yourself. And done. This is done. Next, what is there? Nominal share capital is increased. Nominal share capital is authorized share capital. We pass any journal entry for authorized share capital. There's only what? Disclosure. Okay, that means any relevant in this context or irrelevant? Later. Uncalled capital is called up in full. Uncalled capital is nothing but your final call money. 60 rupees was a face value. How much was paid up? 30. That means what is final call money? Don't assume call scenarios. Call scenarios means only few people would have not paid. 30 rupees you have not collected on all the shares means it is not calls in arrears. It is what? Final call money. What is the final call money? 60 minus 30, which is how much? 30 rupees. 30 rupees on one share. On total 60 shares, how much is the value? 1,80,000. In fact, we don't have to calculate. They only gave. How much is 1 lakh uncalled capital? So this is like your final call money due and final call money collected. What is the journal entry for final call money due? Equity share final call account debit. They only given 180. So I'll directly take to what? To equity share capital 180. Then when you receive this money, bank account debit 1,80,000 to equity share final call account 1,80,000. Okay, na Prabhu hai. Anything else they give? Auto. Okay, uncalled capital is called up in full. That part we have done. Okay, now if you have collected final call money means paid up capital will be 30 or it will become 60. On all the shares, 60 rupees you would have collected. Yes, no? Correct? Yes. And now what happened? Check. After collecting this final call money or uncalled capital, 52 rupees 50 paisa per share is cancelled. Cancel means sacrificed or waived off. In 60 rupees, 52.5 is cancelled means the new value of the share is how much? 7.5. Old value was 60. Now new value is 7.5. 52 is sacrifice portion goes off to reconstruction. Is this a new adjustment to us? What is the entry for this? Old one you cancel fully. How many shares we have? 6,000. Don't take 30. Final call money we have collected. So now the paid up value is not 30, it is 60. That means equity share capital how much? 3,60,000. To equity share capital. What is the new value of equity shares now? 7.5. How much is this? Number is same. From 60, new value became 7.5. How much is this? 45,000. Balance is the sacrificed portion which goes off to reconstruction account. Either you can calculate it as 6,000 into 50, 52.5 or get it as balancing figure. How much? 3,15,000. Okay. Done. Yes, sir.
Stable at the end of 3 years. What is its proportionate on the 3 years?
We'll talk about that. Proportionate adjustment here they will not give. Preparation of financial statement they will give. That time we'll discuss. There are some provisions behind that. It will come as a separate chapter. There we'll discuss. Not required. Not required now. It can be. It depends. I don't want to discuss on that provision now because that's a separate thing. It will come in the new topic. Leave that. Let's not waste time for that here. Not required here. It is there. Your question is relevant. Not for this topic. In another topic, it will be relevant. That we'll discuss. Okay. Anything else or that's all? Anything else or that's all? Okay. That's what they have given. But three things we still need to do. What is that? P&L debit balance, cancel. Miscellaneous expenditure, cancel. Balancing figure, any surplus means transferable to capital reserve. So how do you cancel P&L debit balance? What entry? Reconstruction account debit to P&L. Check working note number 1. You check. We got P&L debit balance. P&L debit was not given in this problem. We calculated P&L debit balance in working note number 1 as 8,70,000. So credit P&L by 8,70,000. We read the question. Is there any miscellaneous expenditure, preliminary, deferred revenue expense? No. Any balancing figure in reconstruction account goes off to capital reserve. So take your calculator. Where and all you have credited reconstruction account, add. Where and all you have debited, minus. Here you credited by 210. So add. Here you credited by 270. Add. Here you credited by 1,12,500. Add. Here you credited by 315. Add. 870 you adjusted. So 870 you minus. Or maybe tell me, before 870, how much is the balance? Huh? 9 lakh? Total is 9,07,000? 9,07,500. In this 9,07,500, how much did you adjust P&L? 870. Still balance is there. Huh? 37,500. Where will that go to? Capital reserve. Check the solution. Final number is matching up. 37,500 capital reserve we got. They also got same number. Check. Always make it a point to check the last journal entry. Sometimes my calculation error can happen. Same entry. That's it. Over. This problem is Damar. Okay. This you'll get it. This reconstruction ka balance you'll get it from the ledger. Now we have reached that stage where we can directly do it in calculator. Right? No? Fine. So this problem done. Okay. 8 o'clock. Okay. Okay, people. Everyone has updated. Done. This was an LDR. Have you marked? The moment you get LDR, go to your last page and update. Maintain a separate list for LDR. Okay, don't club it here. Separate list is always better on the examination day. Okay, so fifth done. No, sixth one we already did, no? Or sixth one was homework, huh? Sixth one was homework. Seventh one we did. Seventh one already done, no? Okay, then eighth one, no? Not done, no? Ninth one done, no? Okay, now everyone. Next two questions are there. They are slightly different. Easy, not lengthy. Very, it's not lengthy question, but it's little different from whatever question we have done. This is different. I want all of you to play complete. Don't start this question by your own. There is a lot of difference here. Don't even bother. It's a very simple adjustment, but do it with me. Or let me first do it, then you try. This one, don't even try. It's 100% wrong. So don't comment I've started and all that. I did not ask you to start. If you have started, keep it. Okay. All right. This is an LDR. Which question is this now? Question number? No, matlab 11th we are doing. 11th question we are doing as question number 8. Now this one, treat this question as a little format. Okay. Whatever I'm going to do, sir, there are different ways to present the same question. Whatever I do, you may not think to, you may not present in the same way. There are other ways. But for examination, you will exactly present like the way I've done. Because this is different question. If you present in a slightly different way, you and I will understand it. Paper corrector will not understand. So especially recorded guys, you have asked a lot of questions on this. Can I present like this? Can I present like that? You can, only for your understanding. For exam, whatever I'm doing, ditto, 100% same. Not even one comma should change. Okay, now only for the sake of marks. Okay. Let me just read this question once for you and tell you what this question is. There are two questions like this. One, if we properly understand, the next one becomes a practice question. Quickly, we can revise that. So pay attention, complete attention here. Balance sheet of Indu Limited as on 31st March as follows. Okay. This is a question I had framed. So hence I have not given balance sheet in schedule 3 format. I have given it in T format. But if they ask you company ka balance sheet to be prepared, you'll always present in schedule 3 format only. Okay. Just to save some trees, I have presented in this format, not as a schedule thing. Okay. Equity share capital. How much equity shares? 10,000 equity shares of how much each? 100 each. Okay. Fine. All they've given, no, that's okay. P&L is coming on the asset side. That means it has credit balance or debit balance. Debit balance. Fine, Aji. That is good enough. Directly we'll go into the adjustment. Carefully read the adjustment. Very chintu question, but good one or a different one. I'll read the whole adjustment once for you. Then we'll again read adjustment by adjustment once more. Each share, when they say just share, it is always equity shares. If it is preference shares, clearly it will be specified. No specification means equity shares. Each share shall be subdivided. Shall be subdivided into how much? 10 fully paid up shares of how much each? 10. Subdivision means one share will become more than one shares. That's a subdivision. Subdivision means number will increase. Currently, we have how many shares? 10,000 shares. One share is subdivided into 10. One will become 10. We have 1 or 10,000. 1 will become 10 means 10,000 shares will become 1 lakh. 1 lakh, correct? All right. So, number of shares from 10,000 it became 1 lakh. What was the original face value of the old share? 100. Now is it 100 or 10? That means what is the final value? Newly how many shares we have? 1 lakh shares. Each ka value now is 10. That means what is the revised value? Original value was also 10 lakh. Revised value is also 10. So here number of shares increased, face value reduced. Number of shares from 10,000 became 1 lakh. Face value from 100 became 10, but total value still is the same. And the subdivision. Okay, na Sarji? But we know that whenever face value changes, old share capital we need to cancel, issue the new shares. I think this you're comfortable with first adjustment. Yes, sir. All right, fine, fair. Yeah. This is also another form of internal reconstruction called alteration of capital. Correct. It's okay. There are multiple ways of reconstruction. It's fine. We don't have to really remember those names. Just the adjustment is good. Done. Now check this. After the subdivision, each shareholder shall surrender to the company how much? 50%. I mean, will it be 10 lakh or 50% surrender? 50% is surrendered means sacrificed. Normally, sacrifice portion we transfer it to reconstruction. Okay. For the purpose, after, I'll read this whole line once again for you. After subdivision, each shareholder shall surrender to the company 50% of the holdings for the purpose of reissue to debenture holder and creditors. So here what is happening is equity shareholders will surrender their shares. Okay. And that surrendered shares normally company will cancel. Because it is sacrifice, normally company will cancel. But here those surrendered shares company is not fully cancelling. They are reissuing those equity shares to whom? Debenture holders to creditor. Normally to debenture holders and creditor we give new equity shares. Normally we give new equity shares. But here what is happening? Equity shareholders are surrendering their shares and giving it to the company. And company is giving these shares surrendered to whom? Debenture holders and creditor. How much? We don't know. They will tell it in the next adjustments. Got it? So did we see this anywhere in the previous question? Okay, people. This is one. Okay, I'll tell you how to identify and how to solve this question also. But first, let me finish this. Out of the shares surrendered, okay, 10,000 shares of 10 each. 10,000 shares of 10 each means how much value? 1 lakh. Will be converted into what shares? Preference shares. This equity shares, no, whatever share surrendered is there. Equity share surrendered, whatever is there, out of this, some portion will get converted into preference shares. Equity shares will get converted into preference shares. How much value? 10,000 shares of 10 each, 1. Okay. This is new preference shares out of the share surrender. Out of the share surrender. Point number 1. The claims of the debenture holder shall be reduced by 50%. What and all belongs to the debenture holders? What and all we have to, company should settle to the debenture holder? The debenture amount and interest amount. What is the debenture amount? 3 lakh. What is accrued interest? Accrued interest means outstanding interest. How much interest we have not yet paid? 45. How much debenture principal we have not yet paid? 3 lakh. That means claim for the debenture holder means only 3 lakh or interest also? Claim means the total claim. How much is this? 3,45,000. What happened to that? It is reduced by 50%. Okay. In consideration of the reduction, the debenture holder shall receive preference shares of 1 lakh which were converted out of the shares. So because debenture reduced by 50% means debenture holder sacrificed 50% of their claims. Because they sacrificed, they got some what? Preference shares. These are new preference shares or out of the share surrender. Out of the share surrender. How much value? 1 lakh. Okay, Ji. Fine. Creditor claim shall be reduced by 25% and the balance claim means 75% is settled by the issue of equity shares. New equity shares or out of the share surrender? Out of the share surrender. 25% sacrificed for 75%. It is settled by not new equity shares, but out of the share surrendered, whatever equity shares you have, you give it to the creditors, a little portion. Balance in P&L should be written off. Anyway, this any which way we will do it. Shares surrendered which are not yet reissued shall be cancelled. That means full share surrendered, are we giving it to the creditors and debenture holders or less? Little amount of the little shares out of the share surrendered, we are giving it to debenture holders and little to creditors. Whatever you did not give, that we have to do what? Cancellation. I mean, this whole question looks like a bouncer, correct? No? Yeah, and because so far the vehicle was going in 5th gear. Asset reduces, this we were doing and easy. Here they said to share surrender, conversion, this drama, pusso drama, they came. You need to journalize. Normally in this adjustment, these sort of questions, they will not bring complexities. This usually same thing. What they will we can expect in the exam is just the name and value they will change. Maybe instead of 50%, they may make it 25%, 75%, etc., etc. So treat this question as a format. And if I were you, this question, I will not revise. I will practice this question today. Going solve. Okay. First, allow me to do it. Anyway, once I will do it, one more question is there. Both we will do it as a practice. But give me time. Let me finish this. Okay. All right. Question number, what is this? Question number 18. Okay. Question number 8. All right. Journal entry in whose books? Journal entries in the books of Hindu. Any Hindu in the house? No Hindu, na? Okay, good for us. Huh? What? Da? Who is Hindu, na? I don't know much. You should tell that. I only. Oh. No. How at all that person is framing SIPA? You only frame this question, so you might be knowing Hindu. Yeah. Bottle, magane, first bench to last bench I will throw. Hey, I didn't frame, I copied. What? Sorry? Huh? I did not understand. Your articleship ex-girlfriend, she's asking. So I should be very careful about what I share. Subject matter, I can share whatever. From here you will listen, here you will leave. But extra fittings and all, no? It will come back and haunt me only, correct? No, yeah. No, ma, I don't know any Hindu pa. ಸಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಗನೇ ಸಾಂಬಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಓಕೆ tell your love story. Right, I will tell you. Listen. Yeah, I tell you question number 8 ka story now. Listen. Sir got caught, I know. ನೀರು ಕುಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಓಕೆ ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ share capital. Listen. Important. Don't get close that, please. Don't get deviated over here. This question has only 4 to 5 journal entries, but it is completely different. So allow me to complete it. Once I have passed, then if you want, you can copy. I'll give you time to copy. First, understand. What is equity share capital ka value? 10 lakh. Initially, how much was the share? 10,000. What was the face value? 100. Is it same or changed? So whenever face value changes, what we have to do? Cancel the old equity share capital. So we will write equity share capital account debit. How many shares we had initially? 10,000. Each ka value 100. Total how much pa? 10. Clear? Okay. This got subdivided into how many shares? One share got subdivided into how much? One became 10. So 10,000 will become 1 becomes 10 means 10,000 will become 1 lakh. And that means no, now totally we have 1 lakh shares. Their face value is 100 or 10. Now we have 1 lakh shares. Their face value is 10 means what is their total value? 10 lakh. Okay. There are multiple ways to pass this entry. First, I will show you in one way. Then I will show you ICA. So normally what do? We will write here 2 equity share capital. 1 will become 10 means 10,000 will become 1 lakh. But this face value now 100 or 10. I mean, total value is what? 10 lakh. You simply write the journal entry here or narration here as being shares subdivided. That's what I'll not give extra drama. Share subdivided is enough. Okay. That's it. Or after subdivision, 50% surrendered. After the subdivision, each shareholder, that means every shareholder will surrender how much to the company? 50% of their holding. What is their total holding? Initially also 10 lakh. After subdivision also 10 lakh. Now is it 10 lakh or 50% sacrificed? Surrendered means sacrificed. So sacrifice portion normally we book it where? Normally we book it in reconstruction account. So what we have to do? Equity share capital is 10 lakh now or reduced by 50%? Equity share capital as credit balance. How do you reduce it? Full 100% sacrificed or 50%? How much is that? 5 lakh. We pass it where? Reconstruction account. Don't park it to reconstruction account. Park it in one account called share surrendered account. Park it in one account called share surrendered. I'll tell you in a bit. Let it be there. When to park it in share surrendered, when to use reconstruction also, I will tell you after the problem. For now, let me finish this for you. Done, Sarji. Temporarily, I parked it in share surrendered. Done now. Okay, this is one. This is one way of passing the journal entry. How ICI passes is they'll combine this journal entry and do one compound entry. Okay, so that means what entry you can pass? Equity. Either you can pass like this or you can write equity share capital account debit 10,000 into 100. How much? 10 lakh. Now is the new equity share capital 10 lakh or 5 lakh? 5 lakh. 50% surrendered, no? Okay. So 5 lakh is the equity share capital. Balance is the share surrendered. Share surrendered account, how much? 5 lakh. This is how ICI passes. I prefer you pass it like this one. This is also okay, but better to stick with ICI. There's a little different question, so better follow the ICI solution only. Both are same impact any which way. So we will follow this approach in examination. Okay, sir, this one. Done? Okay, next, let's read the next adjustment. Leave this so. Debenture holder. Claim of the debenture holder is reduced by how much? 50%. Claim reduced means it's what? Another way of saying it is sacrificed. Debenture holder sacrificed how much? 50%. What and all is a claim belonging to debenture holder? Only debenture or also interest? Interest. Fully sacrificed or 50%? 50%. So what is the journal entry? This is, I'll write it as journal entry number 1. No. Okay. Next will be debentures. Debenture we have to reduce. Yes. No. So what is the journal? Debenture as credit balance. How do you reduce it? Debiting. So you'll write here 15% debentures account at debit. What is the value of debentures given in the question? 3 lakh. Full is sacrificed or 50%. So 3 lakh ka 50%. How much, macha? 1,50,000. Claim means only debenture or also interest? Interest as an outstanding interest. Is there any outstanding interest here? Yes. How much outstanding interest? 45,000. Full see, outstanding interest, are you showing in your balance sheet? Yes. Now, is it same or 50% sacrifice? I mean, this liability, the outstanding interest is also a current liability, no? Keep it at full amount or reduce. So, accrued interest or outstanding interest has credit balance. How do you reduce it? Accrued interest or outstanding interest is a liability which has credit balance. How do you reduce it? Debit it. So, accrued interest account debit. How much is accrued interest given in the question? 45,000. Full sacrificed or 50%? 50%. How much is this? 20 to 500. I told Nama, don't ask the question why share surrendered. For now, go with the flow. Why? I'll tell you in a bit. Don't even bother about thinking extra. Just focus on what I'm doing here. I'll put up a working note at the end. I'll tell you why we use share surrendered, when we should use share surrendered, when reconstruction. All that I'll give you clarity. For now, just think about when extra question comes, don't overthink. Then this adjustment also you'll start forgetting. It will become full chow chow bath. No confusion. First, let's get clarity over what we are about to do. Then I'll tell you how we should approach it, why is it so, and all that. Okay. This is surrendered, right? This is sacrifice. So we sacrifice portion normally we transfer where? Only the shares ka you park it to share surrendered. All other sacrifices transfer it to normal account. What is the normal sacrificing account? To reconstruction account. How much? 1,70,000 to 5. Any problem in this? They told debenture holder ka claim reduced by 50%. Debenture holder had two claims, debenture and outstanding interest. Both we have reduced by 50% as mentioned in the question. Next question. Nodanva. Pakana. Sorry. Next, creditor. Now, this one will give you a heart echo. Listen, but no questions. No questions. Just allow me the time to complete this question. Creditor claim is reduced by how much? So, how much creditor sacrificed? 25%. What is the creditor value in the balance sheet? When creditor sacrifices, what is the journal entry we'll pass? Creditors account debit to reconstruction account. Yes, sir. Creditor sacrificed how much? 25%. Hang on, check the screen. What is creditor ka value? 52,000. How much sacrifice? 25%. Check the screen. Correct, no? Correct, no? Sir, only 25% sacrifice, but you took, we took 25% or 100%? No questions. Just go with the flow. We are just going with the flow currently. I'll tell you why. Why I'll tell you in a bit. Give me some time. Another 10 minutes of your time I need. Creditor ka full amount you transfer it to reconstruction. But sacrificed is only 25%. Hang. I know you're not able to digest this at all. I know. But it's okay. Give me another 10 minutes. I'll tally it for you. Why so? All right. Move on to the next. A nice bouncer, sir. Thanks, Macha. All right. Look at this. This question has come. It has come a couple of times in exam. For around 4 to 5 marks, they'll ask. And good thing about these questions is they will not change anything much. So if you understand this question, full 5 marks, swaha you can do in exam. And they'll not take much time also. See, two more journal entry if you pass. Problem over. That's all. So hardly it will take 5 minutes. And it'll like what? 5 marks you will get it. So these are like good questions for examination clearance. Okay, next one is, pay attention to this. 1 minute. How much balance we have parked in share surrender? File. Okay. Now, is it share surrendered only, or out of this something got converted into preference shares? Now, two things, or rather 3 things are happening. Carefully listen. 3 things are happening from share surrendered. Some portion of share surrendered is getting transferred or getting converted into preference shares or preference share capital. Okay. Some of the shares surrendered directly, we are giving the equity shares, we are giving this to debenture holder as equity shares. Some of the shares surrendered means preference shares or equity shares. So some of the shares surrendered as equity shares, directly we gave it to debenture holder. Some we converted into preference shares and gave it to creditor or debenture holder, whoever. Balance share surrendered, we are cancelling. We are not issuing it to anybody. These are the 3 adjustments. Call it out once again for me. Out of the share surrendered, 3 things are happening. 1, some portion got converted into preference shares and got issued to some person, creditor or debenture holder or whoever. Some portion of the share surrendered, directly we gave it to debenture holder or creditor or someone. Balance portion of share surrendered, whatever we did not utilize, we cancel. Yes, sir. Now, if you are utilizing share surrendered, the share surrendered account should have a balance or it should be cancelled. Currently, share surrendered account has what balance? 5 lakh ka credit balance. Did we keep it or we utilized? So when we utilize, what journal entry you will pass? Shares surrendered account debit. How much is the balance in share surrendered? 5. That I'm trying to utilize over here by debiting. Clear? Now, out of the shares surrendered, some portion got converted into preference shares. How much is that? Check. Out of the shares surrendered, 10,000 shares of 10 each. 10,000 into 10, how much people? 1 lakh. Right? Got converted into what? Preference shares. That means how much of the shares surrendered got converted into preference shares? 1 lakh. Yes, sir. Who issued this preference shares? Company only, no? When a company issues preference shares, will you show it as share surrendered or preference share capital? Preference share capital. But this is not new preference shares. When a company issues new preference shares, what is the journal entry? Normally, when company issues new preference shares and collects the money, what is the journal entry? When company issues new preference shares and collects the money, the entry is bank account debit to preference share capital. Here, company issued preference shares, but did they collect money or it came out of the share surrender? It came out of the share surrender. Hence, the entry is not bank to preference share capital. Entry is share surrendered to preference share capital. Yes, sir. Okay, what percentage preference shares are these? 10%. So, what will you credit over here? To 10% preference share capital. They only gave the value. How many preference shares? 10,000 preference shares. Each ka value? 10. How much value total? So, out of this 5 lakh, 1 lakh of the shares surrendered got converted into preference shares. Yes, sir. And these preference shares were given to whom? Debenture holder. Yes, if you want, you can just check over. Claims of the debenture holder shall be reduced by 50%. In consideration of this reduction, debenture holder shall receive preference shares of how much? 1 lakh. Out of what? Share surrender. That means who got this preference share capital? This was not given to creditor. This was given to the debenture or debenture holders, you can say. Fine, people. Any problem? That's it, or some portion was given to creditors. Some portion of this was given to creditors. As what? Preference shares or equity shares? Some portion of shares surrendered was given to creditors as directly equity shares. How much is that? Let's read creditors ka point here. Creditor claim shall be reduced by, so creditor sacrifice how much? 25%. And the balance is how much? 75%. Calculate. Creditor ka totally we have to pay 52,000. In that 25% sacrificed. That means how much settled? 75%. 75% of 52,000 is how much? 39,000. That 39,000 we have to settle. How? The balance claim is settled by the issue of equity share. Is this new equity shares or out of the share surrender? Out of the share surrender. Yes, sir, people. Clear? Okay. Now that means share surrendered has got utilized. Now, is this share surrendered or we converted into equity share capital? We converted the share surrendered into what? Equity share capital. Full value or 75%? 75% of what amount? Creditors ka amount. How much is creditor ka amount? 52,000. Yes, so how much is this now? 39,000. So 39,000 out of 5 lakh, 39,000 of the shares surrendered was given to creditor as directly equity shares. This was converted into preference shares and issued, but this was directly given as equity shares. But whenever company issues equity shares, will company show it as equity shares or equity share capital? Hence, we have shown it as equity share capital. Any problem? Till here, are the numbers making sense? At least this entry, forget about this. The fourth, this entry numbers calculation is making sense for everybody. And this equity shares was given to whom? Debenture holders or creditors? This 39,000 was issued to the creditors. Are we good? Good. Still balance is there. That balance, did we do anything or share surrendered and not reissued shall be cancelled? What is the balancing figure? 3 lakh? 3,61,000. This 3,61,000. Are we doing anything more or nothing more? Nothing more. That cancellation means here cancellation will be routed through normal account, which is what? Reconstruction. Now you will transfer this to reconstruction account, calculated or balancing. Numbers, okay. Why we do it, I'll tell you later. Calculation wise, good. Okay, this is one. After this normal entry, what is that? P&L debit balance we need to cancel. Miscellaneous expenditure, cancel. Still any surplus balance, transfer it to capital reserve. Okay, let's do this off. Then I'll tell you why we did this. So, reconstruction account debit to P&L. So, first take your calculator. Where and all you have debited, credited reconstruction account, add. Here you credited by 170 to 500. Here you credited by 52,000. Here you credited by 361. Nowhere debit, only credit. Add all this. So how much balance is there in reconstruction account? 5 lakh? 5 lakh 85? Fine. This is the balance we have in reconstruction account. Now using this, we will write off P&L. How much is P&L ka debit balance? 5 lakh 80,000. Do we have shortage or we have enough? We have enough. So that means we will write here to P&L. How much we will write? 5 lakh 80. We have 5 lakh 85 500. In this to P&L we transferred 5. Still we have balance. Still if we have any balance, we will transfer it to capital reserve. Arrived as a balancing figure. Problem over. For this 5 marks. Okay now. Yeah, done now people. Now if you don't want all this, I'll tell you the logic for it. If you don't want all the logic, if you are big on formula, what you have to do is debenture ka normal entry you pass. Debenture sacrifice how much? 50%. Debenture ka normal entry you pass. Creditor ka 100% you transfer it to reconstruction account. At one line, if it clicks, problem solved. In this problem, what is it? One minute. What is that one line of? Creditor, how much they sacrificed actually? 25%. Don't transfer 25% to reconstruction account. How much you transfer? 100%. Whenever they say out of the share surrendered, we did all this drama. 100% of creditor's account, you transfer it to reconstruction account. This one line, if you remember, problem is over. That's a formula. Okay. Because on the last day, you don't want logic, gijik and all. You want one liner ka formula. What is that formula? Maybe we'll write here. What is that one liner ka formula? Transfer 100% of creditors to what? Reconstruction account. That's all. This will work in every problem. You don't have to worry about that. In next problem also, this will work. Why we do this, I'll tell you the logic for it. But in exam, this is enough. Okay. Now, solution is done. This is what they asked in the problem. Now, for your reference, I'll put up one small working note. You can copy it in your notes. It's not necessary to be written in exam. Just for our reference. Okay, give me 5 minutes. Okay. Listen. Now, one working note, purely for our reference. Okay, this working note. Working note number 1. I'll not give the heading for it. You'll get to know what it is. Hang on. Particulars. So, now 3 people have sacrificed here. Who are those? Equity shareholders, or you can call it as equity share capital. Equity share capital belongs to whom? Equity shareholders. Then another people who sacrificed is your debentures. Debentures belongs to debenture holders. That's it, or even creditors. Creditors. And then one total column. 1 second. And then no total. Listen, around say listen. Easy only. This is only purely for our reference. And nothing required, not required in exam. Now what is this? First, now people, I want you to tell me how much is the amount actually transferred, or maybe first I will do the other way around. Maybe better instead of this. 1 second. Or once. Okay. Everyone. Amount actually transferred to reconstruction account. Amount actually transferred to reconstruction account. Now, check your journal entry. Pay attention. Don't get deviated. I'm just telling you the logic of what we are doing over here. Relating to the debenture holders. Relating to the debenture holders. How much did you transfer it to reconstruction account? This is your debenture ka. Relating to debenture, how much did you transfer it to reconstruction account? 1,72,500. As per the entry, we have got it. Yes, sir. Everybody good? Okay. Now, Maybe I'll also do it for creditor. Relating to creditor, how much did you transfer it to reconstruction account? 52,000. So amount actually transferred to reconstruction account is 50,000, 52,000 relating to creditors. Now relating to equity share capital. Equity share capital was from share surrender only, no? Did you transfer 5 lakh to reconstruction account or 361? The share surrendered was done by equity shareholders only. So relating to them, how much did you transfer? 3 lakh 60. So relating to the equity share capital or equity shareholders, you have transferred 3 lakh 61,000. Any problem with this? This came from journal entry only. Yes, sir. Okay, next I want you to tell me amount to be transferred. Amount to be transferred to reconstruction. Amount to be transferred to reconstruction account. Now, 1 minute, everybody check, take your calculator. First, let's do it for debenture holders. Okay, how much was the debenture ka claim? Add these two. 3 lakh 45. How much did they sacrifice? 50% of that. So totally how much? 3 lakh 45 was their claim. They sacrificed 50%. How much is that total? 1 lakh 70 to 500. This is the number of correct. But hang on. Touch your heart and tell. Should 170 to 500 should go to reconstruction account or only 70 to 500 should go now? Loud and clear. Correct. Nijane kono. Yeah. How much actually we transferred? 1 lakh 70 to 500. But how much we should have transferred reality is 70 to 500. Why? Listen. On one hand, listen. On one hand, may debenture holders sacrifice totally how much? 1 lakh 70 to 500. On one hand, may they are telling 170 to 500 sacrificed. On another hand, may they are saying, give me preference shares worth 1 lakh. On one hand, may they are sacrificing 170 to 500. On another hand, may they are collecting preference shares how much? 1 lakh. That means how much should have been transferred to reconstruction? 70 to 500. Because that is actual sacrifice, right? No. Because they got this 1 lakh back, no. In this 170 to 500, they got 1 lakh back in the form of preference shares. I mean, sacrificed amount is only how much? 70 to 500. So how much amount should have gone logically to reconstruction account? 70 to 500. How 70 to 500? From this 170 to 500, they collected back how much? 1 lakh in the form of preference. Clear? So only 70 to 500 should have gone to reconstruction. But how much did we transfer? 1 lakh 70 to 500. That means we transferred more or less surplus. I'll call that as surplus. So maybe surplus slash deficit. How do you get 3 is equal to? I'll write it as 1 minus 2. Okay, how much should have gone? 70 to 500. How much went? 170 to 500. How much extra did you transfer to reconstruction? So looks like so far 1 lakh extra money has gone to reconstruction account. All of you are there in this calculation. Comfortable. Everybody unanimously online, offline. Don't tell at the end of the problem, repeat whole thing again. Ask now only. Are we good with this calculation, everyone? If you have got it, no need to respond. If you have any reservations or problems, you can tell. No comments. That means good. Okay, similar thing. Let's do it for creditor. How much relating to creditor we transferred to reconstruction? Actually, we have transferred 52,000. But did creditor really sacrifice 52,000 or only 25%? Creditor sacrificed only 25%. Balance 75%, they got it in the form of equity shares. So how much did they really sacrifice? 52,000 ka 25%. How much is it? 52,000 ka 25%, which is how much? 13,000. So how much should have gone to reconstruction account relating to creditors? 13,000 should have gone, but how much did we transfer? So did we transfer less or more? More means I'm calling it a surplus. So do this. How much? 9,000. So far looks like how much extra have you transferred? 1,39,000 looks like we have transferred more to reconstruction account. So far again, cool. Everybody good, 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 good. Okay. Now, relating to equity shareholders, how much did you transfer it to reconstruction account? From share surrendered. Share surrendered came from equity shareholders only, no? Or equity share capital. How much did you transfer to reconstruction account? Actually, you have transferred only 3,61,000. But did shareholders surrender 361 or 50% of their holding? What was their holding? 10 lakh. How much did they sacrifice? 50%. That means how much did equity shareholders sacrifice? 5 lakh. So how much should have gone to reconstruction account? Relating to equity shareholders, how much should have gone to reconstruction account? 5 lakh. How 5 lakh? 10 lakh was their share capital. Equity shareholders surrendered 50%. How much should have gone? 5 lakh. How much went? 3 lakh 60. So you transfer more or less. So these two you net off. You're getting a negative number. How much? 1 lakh 30. Here 139 more. Here 139 less. At total level, may anything more or anything less or nullify. Hence, to accommodate, we have to route it like this. Because we are doing something from share surrendered, compulsorily we'll have to route it like this. There is another way also. Okay, fine, but don't do it. Any other way you're thinking can be right, but for exam, ditto. Whatever I've done, ditto you'll do. No other doubts in that. Take it as a format. Whatever you're thinking is also right. I'll tell you now only. If you're thinking any other way, it is right. But just that it is not applicable for exam from marks perspective. For marks, we will do like this. Now proved. Now you tell me when I transferred 100% from credit hours to reconstruction, all of you tell you transferred more. Anything more, anything less or nullified? Not even 1 rupee more, not even 1 rupee less. Exactly whatever has to go to reconstruction has gone. Fine, people. So this weight has got tallied. Yes, sir. Now, couple of questions. Sir, how to know whether we should do this problem like this? Because all the while we were parking all the sacrifice in which account? Reconstruction. Suddenly you, like a James Bond, you transfer to share surrendered. How will we know in exam whether to transfer this to share surrendered or whether to transfer this to reconstruction? How to identify? Very simple. Sir, surrender. Just because you see the word share surrendered in the problem, don't do this approach. Surrender simply means what? Sacrifice or waive off. That's a simple meaning. But in whichever problem they will say, equity shareholders have surrendered their shares. And out of the shares surrendered, if you're doing anything extra, out of the share surrendered, if you're doing anything extra, then only you will solve like this. Otherwise, normal approach. Understood? That's how to identify whether normal or this approach. Once again, tell me what is that? Out of the share surrendered, if you're doing any extra activity. Here we did 3 extra activity out of the share surrendered. What and all? One portion of share surrendered we converted into preference shares and gave it to debenture holders. Some portion of share surrendered we directly issued to creditors as equity shares. Balance we cancelled. That means out of the share surrendered, you are doing some extra activity. If you are doing that extra activity, then only park it in share surrender. Otherwise, use your normal what account? Reconstruction account. That's what to identify this approach or normal approach. Got it? Everyone good? Pakka? Okay. Now, what is a simple approach? What is a simple trick to remember this approach? 100% of the amount of credit are relating, you transfer it to reconstruction. Rest everything adjustment wise, you do the entry. It will take care. Only this. Every problem, this will work. Now, we have one more question. Can we try in the same approach? Just as a practice. Pakka now? What did I say? Whatever you are thinking is right, but it will not fly in exam. Don't do. Ditto. 100% exactly same. Not even 1 inch here and there. Okay? Everyone cool, 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 cool. Go home. Like this, we have 2 questions. One I've done, one more I will do. Go home today and solve that. One of the 2 questions you solve fully on your own. This working not required in exam. For your books, if you want to copy, it's fine. Exam may only journal entry. Now, if you want to update anything, I'll wait. If you are already done, we'll move on to the next question. You have to copy nothing we copied. Copy. You want me to show journal entry first or this working note? Journal you show, sir. Working note we'll skip. Okay. Quickly write. Online also okay, no? How to solve or how to solve this question and when to use this approach. Both are clear? Great. Okay, awesome. Online people, you maintained attendance. That's amazing to see. Proud of you. Keep up the same momentum for the next 40-45 days. Quickly, right, pa. I have to go home early. One more question is there. Huh? I think I don't know, 12th or 13th question. Similar to this. If you are done, you can review those questions. Those of you are done. Others I'm waiting. Huh? One minute, 1 minute. People are copying journal entry. After journal entry, I'll show working note. Now, which entry are we copying? Either you can pass like this or like this. ICA uses which approach? This one. This is ICA, what they use. I suggest that you use this only for exam. This one, not these two. Attendance I will show you after the class. Once this next problem is done, I will show you. From tomorrow, I will show it in the break. Today, I'll show it at the end. Hang on. So if you are waiting for attendance, wait for another 15 minutes. Or you can come back after 15 minutes. No problem. Bye. Yeah. Copy it till which one? Can I scroll it down? It's okay. No problem. No worries, Abhirita. Am I calling your name properly? That's a little different. I've not heard about that. What rank I got? I think 21st. Offline people are slow. I know, no? Online people are telling they already copied. Hmm. What? They don't want, they'll not listen, huh? Hey, they'll, Papa listening. Papa. Yeah. Quickly copied. I am a genius, huh? Why? I'll finish the class in 15 minutes. So why are you putting butter now? Yeah, it's fag end of the class, no. Tomorrow you put butter. Today not required. Today anyway over class almost. Yeah. What will you do with my rank? Papa, leave. It's okay. That was like many years back. Wala story. Rank will only help your first job, people, not later. First job, it will give a preference. Yes, you will get some nice interviews and nice roles you will get. Beyond that, your own skills matter. Networking skills, communication skills, your subject matter, subject knowledge. That's all. Beyond that. But if you want, but there is always a difference. If your first package is on the higher side, normally people start with 10 lakh, 12 lakh package. But a rank holder maybe start with 20, 25 lakh package. So thereby, whatever money you make in 30 years, probably they'll make in 20 years because it always compounds. That is the advantage. So if you're thinking about retiring early, going on world tour and all, think about getting a rank, preferably in final. Final ka rank has a significant weightage. Inter ka also, but most preference is given to the final. Okay. All right. Can I speak Telugu? I can speak Jai Balaya. Not fully, but I can understand. So don't give galis. And now over. Working note. 1 minute. I don't mind 1 minute too, but people may be cursing you, ma. They want to go home, no. So copy early. Huh? Yes, Shakti. Shakti only, no? Huh? Transfer 100% creditors to reconstruction account every problem. Every problem. It'll work. The next problem I'll prove it to you, know. Next problem also I'll put a table to you if you want. I'll prove it to you. That's the reason I gave this as formula. It'll work in every problem. Why not? Debentures, what it is on one hand they are saying I sacrifice 172, on other hand they are collecting 1 lakh. Creditor did not tell that. Creditor told 25% sacrifice, 75% collected. For this 25% you are not getting something back. That adjustment they will not give here. Like debenture, they will not frame creditor adjustment. That's the reason this will hold good. That's the reason I told no, all this question they will not modify much. So this formula will work. But if you are thinking like debentures, if creditor is also framed, then it will not work. Correct. So far we have not seen. That's the reason this formula. Over. Okay, working note. Copy pannangappa. Wow, look at the Josh. That means you are ready for another 2 questions around set today, no? Huh? You want me to zoom this much okay na? Okay. Visible enough? People are taking picture technology, I tell you. I wish I also had technology. Actually, I do. Previous batch notes. Sure. Next question solution. Previous batch ka solution I will show. I'll also use technology. No. Allow me, no, please. Yeah. All of you came through foundation route only, no? Most of you at least. No direct entry, minority. Only how many of you foundation to inter? Matlab, need not be necessarily us. You have written foundation exam and then come to inter. Vast majority. And rest is all direct entry scheme. Meaning after BCom, you have directly come to inter. Okay. So select what do you prefer so far? Foundation or inter? What do you prefer so far? Given a choice, so 3 times you'll write. If CA Institute says 3 times you write foundation exam, I'll give you CA degree. You'll take up that offer. And later you'll struggle after qualification. That is okay with you. Final directly. Indirect entry, sir. You also have this adjustment issue. From foundation to inter, you feel the level has drastically increased, is it? From foundation to inter, what level jump? Full next level only. You're not able to identify only. Now, why I'm asking this is 2 days back I was teaching at final level marathon. Right, 300 hours ka content I tried to summarize in 45 hours. So all technology. Okay. No, we were doing final. No, suddenly I've come to inter. No, this feels like what is this? So yeah, this feels like this. So right, that's the reason I asked. From foundation to inter, when you shift, you also had the same kind of opinion. That shift is difficult. I think inter to final is okay when you're teaching. I feel. But when you teach at final level and come to inter, no, you feel like, this and all we have to explain. That all a feeling somewhat. Yeah. I started getting that feeling too much at foundation level teaching, so I thought I discontinued. Because I used to teach at final law and then suddenly foundation law. There we are doing Ind AS, IFRS and all that. Here, what is debit, what is credit? Karma kanda. There are enough full rules, so it was extremely difficult for that transition adjustment. So 1 second. So yeah, so I decided to discontinue and I gave the baton to, I can call Akhilesh sir. Can you call? Maybe he's there. Well, come, sir. 1 minute. No, I'm not going to show you. Can I just hear? One round, big round of applause for Akhilesh sir. Your foundation teacher, no. All of you are here because of him only. Sir, one doubt. ಇದು ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ಈ ಚುಕ್ಕಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಇದೇನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಹೆಂಗ್ ತೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಡಾಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅದು ಇದು ಟೈಪೋ ನೋಡಿ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದು ಅದು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಸೊ ಇವಾಗ ಇದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೊ ನಾವು PDF ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಮುಗೀತು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ನಾನು ಬೇಡ ನೀವೇ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಇಂಟರ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅವರು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನೀವೇ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ ಓಕೆ ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಕಾಪಿಡ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ನೋಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ 1 10x jump from foundation probably you'll feel the same when you go from inter to final, then you'll feel inter final. Actually final syllabus is really nice, very well drafted, totally practical. You don't have all this faltu adjustments. It's all properly framed. So that's one of the reasons we enjoy. Teachers also enjoy teaching at final more than anything else. Okay. Yes. Okay. Awesome. Good for you. I'll communicate. Listen. Class not over, da. Problem over, aste. One last problem for the day. Can we look at it? Today and all, no sir, sambar will not work. Okay, today we are doing. Our next question is question number 13 Allah. Where it is done? Not able to find only 16. One more similar question is there for. Not able to find it. This one, question number 16. Now, which question are we doing this? Question number? No, matlab 12th question as per us. Okay. No. Now, appreciate. I know that all of you are looking to open the door and run away from here. So am I. But after this problem. Okay. Now, either previous question you make it as LDR or this question you keep it as LDR. Both are same. One you can keep it as LDR, whichever you want. Or both you can also keep it as LDR, your call. Okay, look at this. Balance sheet of Revise Limited as on 31st March X1 as follows. So here they have given it in proper balance sheet. Equity shares. How many equity shares? 10,000. Each ka value 100 each. And P&L account has a debit balance of 6 lakh. So far normal whatever data we need we have captured. Okay, now the adjustments. It will be same like last 1 or 2 data here and there would have got changed. 1 minute, tell me the rule. What you will do? 100% of creditors transfer it to reconstruction. Rest you do it as per the normal adjustment. But equity share capital ka sacrifice or surrender, don't transfer it to recon account, transfer it to share surrender. That's it. Okay, sir. Okay, one by one. First, it was went for some resolution they passed. That's okay. First one, each share is subdivided into 10. Each share is subdivided into 10. So one will become 10. We have how many shares? 10,000. One will become 10 means 10,000 will become 1 lakh shares. What was original shares ka value? 100. New shares ka value 100 up pattuna 10. Okay, this is first adjustment. Second adjustment and first we can do it combined. After subdivision, each shareholder shall surrender to the company 50% of the holding. Surrender simply means sacrifice. That means, will you park it in recon account or share surrendered account, or depends? It depends on what? Out of the share surrendered, if company is doing some extra activity, then only share surrender. Check here what happened. Each shareholder shall surrender 50% for the purpose of reissue to debenture holders and creditors. That means out of the share surrendered, we are issuing something to debentures. So are we keeping it or doing some extra activity? Out of share surrendered, we are doing something extra. So recon account or share surrendered account? Share surrendered account. Okay, let's pass that. Question number, what is this now? As per question number, it is 16. Huh? Okay, let's do the solution for this question number 16. Okay, question number 16. Journal entry in whose books? Revise. Journal entries in the books of Revise. Okay, tell me, Ramacha, what entry pa? Equity share capital ka face value same or changed? Change. So what entry you will pass? Old equity share capital you cancel. How many equity shares we had? 10,000. Each ka original value 100. 10,000 into 100. Chapra Mama, how much da? 10,000 into 100 or 10? 10,000 into 100. How much value? 10. To what? To equity share capital, to shares surrender. How much sacrifice happened? 50%. So 10 lakh ka 50%, how much? 5 lakh. So 5 lakh you will park it in share surrendered, other 5 lakh you will park it in equity share capital. Done, Sarji. Entry or narration, you know, being shares surrendered as per the approved scheme of reconstruction dated, ... Same entry. Okay, next one. What is the next one? Come to the adjustment. Now, out of the share surrendered, you converted this. That we'll do it at the end. First, only two more entries we need to pass. One for debentures, one for creditors. Now, debentures, the claim of the debenture holder means what and all claim belongs to debenture holder? Debenture as well as outstanding interest. What is debenture ka value? 2 lakh. They have prepared current liability note number 4. Come to that. Debenture ka value 2 lakh. Interest payable on debenture ka value 24,000. This is the claim for debenture holder. Now what happened to this? The claim of the debenture holder is reduced by 75%. Last problem 50%. Here it is 75%. This is the normal entry. Okay. Sir, both these are liability, correct? How much debenture holder sacrifice? 75%. So I mean this liability will be same or it will reduce. So how do you reduce that liability? By debiting. What percentage debentures are these? What percentage debentures are these? 12%. So you'll write here 12% debentures account debit. How much was the debenture ka value as given in the question? 2 lakh. 2 lakh fully sacrificed or 75%? 2 lakh ka 75% is 1 lakh 50,000. That's it, or outstanding interest is also there. Here they're not calling it as outstanding interest, they're calling it as interest payable on debentures. Interest payable, that is nothing but your outstanding debentures. Interest payable on debentures account debit. How much is the interest ka amount to? 24,000. Full sacrificed or only 75%? So how much is that value? 24,000 ka 75% is 18,000. Okay, where will this go to? Reconstruction account. To a reconstruction account. How much is the value? 1,68,000. Done. Okay, people. Now about creditors. What happened to creditors? Check. Trade payable claim is reduced by 50%. Last problem also 50. Last problem 25%. Here it is 50%. But I'll read off the whole line. Trade payable claim is reduced by 50%. And then it is settled by the issue of what? Equity shares. New equity shares or out of the share surrender. So 50% they sacrifice. For other 50% they want equity shares. New equity shares or out of the share surrender? Out of the shares. Will you transfer only 50% or 100%? So 100% of trade payable, transfer it to reconstruction account. So the entry will be what? Trade payable account 100%. How much is that 100% value? Check the question. What is the trade payable ka value given in the question? 72,000. So trade payable account 72,000 to what account? To reconstruction account. How much? 72,000. Clear? Okay. Then next last or next major entry. What is that? Share surrendered. Can you park it in share surrendered, or you did three things out of the share surrendered? Some portion of the share surrendered got converted into preference shares. Some portion was issued as equity shares to creditor. Balance portion is cancelled. If you want, I'll read that adjustment. Now, if you want, you can check this. Okay, out of the shares surrendered, how many shares are got converted into preference shares? Read adjustment number C. Out of the shares surrendered, 10,000 shares of 10 each. How much is that? 1 lakh shall be converted into preference shares. Okay. Now that means, can you keep the balance in share surrendered or it is getting utilized? So what do you have to do? Debit. So you will write here what? Share surrendered account debit. How much value? 5 lakh. Full amount got converted into preference shares or only 1 lakh? What percentage preference shares are these? If company is issuing preference shares, what will they credit? To preference share capital. How much? 1 lakh. Okay. Okay. Then 1 minute. Now let's finish the question. Then we'll take up the other portions. Now that's it. Or some portion of the share surrendered was given to creditors. Creditors. Let's read creditor adjustment. Creditor sacrificed how much? 50%. That means for the balance 50% they are settled by new shares or out of the share surrender. Out of the share surrendered, some portion again you kept it as equity shares, and this equity shares was issued to whom? Creditors. How much value? Calculate what is creditor ka value. Creditor ka value is 72,000. 50% of the sacrifice, other 50% settled. So calculate 72,000 ka 50%. 36,000. This 36,000 was settled by paying cash or out of the share surrendered. You converted into preference shares or equity shares only. So if a company issues equity shares, doesn't matter whom we issue the shares to, company will show it as what? Whether you give the shares to creditor, shareholder, third party, whoever, company when they issue the shares, they will show it as equity share capital. How much value? Creditor ka 50% value. Creditor ka value 72,000, 50% of that is 36,000. Correct, sir? Same drama. Clear? What about balance? Check the last line, what they told. The share surrendered and not reissued shall be cancelled. That means any balancing figure in share surrendered account is utilized, or cancelled means it is transferred to which account? Reconstruction account. Calculated or balancing figure? How much? 3 lakh 64,000. That's it. Done, Asarji. Okay. After this, normal entry. What is a normal entry? Two things. Use reconstruction account to write off P&L. So the entry will be what? Reconstruction account debit to P&L account to capital reserve. To capital reserve. Okay, to P&L how much? But first of all, how much balance is there in reconstruction account? Check. Here you credited by 168, here 72, here 364. Add all this. There is no debit, only credit. How much? 6 lakh 4,000. Check the question. How much balance we have as P&L debit balance? P&L ka debit balance is only 6 lakh. So from 6 lakh 6 lakh we will transfer it to, we will adjust P&L. Balance 4,000 is a surplus. We will transfer it to capital reserve. Balancing figure. Okay. That's it. The table you want me to put or okay? Everyone, if you want, you can go home and put that table. Same thing will. Relating to debenture and creditors, we would have transferred more to reconstruction. Relating to equity shareholders, we would have transferred less. But total, if you check, nothing more, nothing less. It will nullify. Bakka, you'll manage that table for yourself. And we are comfortable with the way of solving this question also. All right. Now, one question is this, sir, if creditors is given out of new shares, If creditors have been given new shares, then you will not pass this entry. It cannot be routed like this. They will not combine that. Either they will ask like this or like the normal approach. Both they will not combine. So don't need to worry about that. Okay. Can I keep the fourth entry as second entry? Pass it in the same manner, Parishi. Don't change. These are some different sort of questions. No, solve it in the same order, same manner, better. For exam, marks. You and I may understand, but again, invigilator we don't, right? But better, same policy, same things. Okay. All right. Any other doubts or okay? All right. I'll show you the QR. Hang on. All right. Thank you. I'll just quickly show this. Yes, people, scan your QR and you can move. And let me just finish this. Okay, others can log off. Tejaswani, it will not come. Don't worry about that. That's what we mean by that. This one and new shares, they will not combine. They will give it separately. That's what I said. So this will come as it is like this. So it's fine. Yes, online. Can I log off? Have you all taken your attendance? So I'm not hearing anything. So that means you guys are good. So logging off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye bye. Oh, okay. I think done now. Finished up, people. Yeah. What's it, Macha?
Sir, I'm finding difficulty in interpretation of questions.
Which one? Pa?
Sir, the last question.
Huh? It's not coming only, no? Not getting sure only. Okay.
Trade payables time shall be reduced to 50%. It is to be settled by
Balance. It always means balance.
But balance is
That's what they're trying to say. Sometimes framing can be here and there, right? But these sort of questions, balance is settled by the utility.
always be balanced.
That's just the framing error. I understood that. Maybe you're interpreting this 50% is settled by. It is not. I understood. That's a framing error of question, right? 50% always. 50% sacrifice, 50% settled.
In exams, if they
Same.
give balance.
If it is given like this also, same in exam, same approach, same. 50% settled, 50% sacrifice. Same. Same. Hmm?
One common law.
Hmm? Yeah. You can tell us, okay?
Out of syllabus.
Yeah.
I done my BCom and then I came for inter.
Okay, got it.
So I was applying for placements also.
Hmm.
I've done a certification called anti-financial crime. Anti-financial crime, like the money laundering, everything.
Hmm.
So from that, what they told, I done it in a company called Time Fabric. They were
Okay.
associated with my college.
Hmm.
So they told in EY we got a placements.
Hmm.
So what it is for the same role.
Okay.
They are also funding for CA.
Okay. Fine.
So now I've been shortlisted.
Is it okay? You keep telling, I'll keep doing it. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. Now I've been shortlisted for interview.
Hmm.
I'm so confused.
Hmm.
Like if I got selected,
Hmm.
I should choose now itself to work and study, or after completing inter I should. I'm
I
ready.
think, see, it's always better that I do understand maybe you may want to get into that role, right? First preference is always the degree. I would always prioritize degree because studying with the corporate role, that too in a company like Big Four, is not easy. Right. So it becomes extremely difficult. That kind of discipline, no matter what, you have to study 3 hours, 4 hours a day. It becomes difficult because sometimes you work for 12 hours, 13 hours a day there. That's the norm, right? Because they go through those busy seasons and all. I don't know which team you win. Usually, Big Four working hours will be little on the higher side. So it becomes very difficult to manage, in my view. So I wouldn't like take up anything now which can hamper my exam. It might be a new role or a good role. But if you take a few attempts, if you end up pushing your attempt, right, then later on that will take a hit. So it's always better that you get off this degree and then push for it.
Okay.
Right? You can probably get all this extra certification if it is there. You can do read on that. So you will be able to crack the similar role. It's not going to be a problem if you actually do a research and publish some publications and all. That's how you crack IB, like investment management role.
People are doing CA can do one research also.
Yes, of course they can go, but the research roles are not that open for CAs much. They prefer the MBAs, equity research roles and all this. Fraud research, yes, that will be open. Many people do that extra certification course. ICA also gives some fraud related course.
Okay.
That forensic things, you can go there. That's not a problem. But IB roles, you need to be at least a first attempt candidate. That is bare minimum. Otherwise, you might not get much interview calls,
Yes.
or you must have published some really good papers in that particular area. So that's how they test how good you are, because they are very highly lucrative roles which pays a lot. Like within 2 3 years, your salary will be more than 1 crore. So that kind of roles they are. So yeah, there's a lot of competition for that role. So hence they don't encourage, right, unless your academic excellence is not achieved, may not get much interview calls. That's the reason. So my still preference is crack this. First attempt preferably.
It's in Whitefield. So if it's scheduled on Friday. If I go there, I would not be able to revise my Thursdays thing. That's what I asked.
That is okay. I mean, but that is as an experience, you can go and attend the interview. That's fine.
I attended 2 interviews. I've got selected in KPMG and in a Dubai company, but like there was
It's a EY India role or the GSS.
GDS.
They don't take up GDS, so they're not good. Those are all back-end works. All pivot and Excel and all that work. Those are very manual works which they outsource. GDS is not good.
Okay, sir.
Because you may not apply. Maybe they'll use fancy terms there. Okay, this is that and all, but they may say risk profile and all
They've
that. But
sent me a long page of mail
they will do
today.
this. Because even I worked 3 months in EY.
Okay.
GSS. They normally take after results, final results. When results used to take 2 months, we used to work there. So, but that role is not good. GS is basically back-end work. It's a shared service from different countries. Whatever back-end work is there, they push it to India. So
Like
it is not
BPO in India.
it's proper a BPO KPOs. They are just they use fancy words. That's all. They will say fraud or this, so that, and all that. But it is very manual work. At least that's the way it was previously. And even also people say that it is you. So I wouldn't suggest really like compromising this for that.
If it's BPO kind of thing, I will not go because a lot of BPOs I've approached, even my brothers, like BPOs will be like, you will get stuck in there and there's no growth at all.
See, it's not about if you're not, you should not accept the rules. See, even after CA, many CAs go and work in USs. Work-life balance is good there. So you get good pay. They send you to offshore.
Yeah, now it's 4.7.
Yeah, I mean, look, post qualification, I'm saying, they give good package for CAs and all, right? And they also shift you to other countries. After 2 years, they'll shift you to Ireland and one country, offshore assignments to good. All that is good,
Okay.
right? But again, it depends on what is your intention, what role you want to get into it. If you want really an intellectually stimulating role, you should first focus on getting CA and then moving on to maybe Big Four ka India division first. There is an application. Please work for 1 or 2 years and then figure it out, right? Then if you feel it's becoming too much, you can always shift to some GSs or KPM. Every Big Four has their own backend role, right? So you can go in one of those or join a software company in which are US based company in India. There you get good pay and you get good package, and work life balance is also good. That is better. But still, at this point of time, I think you should prioritize studies more than anything. That's what I would say because it's difficult. It's easy to say we'll manage with studies, but it is not actually. Many articleship students struggle to clear CA final exam because of this. They're not able to manage that work with right, in the studies classes and all. In fact, most of our audience is also recorded. 95% of our CA final audience is recorded. They're not able to come to class.
Like I didn't come because of health issues. Like I couldn't go up. Like I saw the first time only.
Yeah, so that all that can happen. So I think I would still suggest again, all is yours, right? But if I were you, I would focus on studies and degree first. Till I achieve CA final, I will not go into any. I'll not think about job.
No.
Because here you may be talking about 4 lakh. If you crack CA in first attempt, then your package is directly 12, 13 lakh, 15 lakh. So it, I mean, the math is more better there, lucrative for me there. So I would focus more towards that. Yeah. Good.
Is there any other courses we can do with the intern?
For now, I think this is good. I don't overload yourself with too much. This is good because it will take considerable amount of time and efforts there. So yeah, focus on this primarily and try to score with some good marks and exemptions. Right? I think that would be much preferable than breaking your head. Post that you can maybe take post qualification. You can think about some extra course. Like ICA only offers mini course. You can think on doing that. For now, this is more.
Thank you, sir.
Hi.
Sir,
Yes. Hmm.
ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಡಿ ಸರ್.
Sure.
ಸರ್ ನಾನು ನಾಳೆಯಿಂದ
Keep talking. I'll just keep going. Yeah.
ನಾಳೆಯಿಂದ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್.
Hmm.
ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಯಾವ್ದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ್ದರಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ.
25 ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಒಂದಕ್ಕಲ್ವಾ?
ಹ್ಮ್ sir.
Have enough time. So you can go it in class order. ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಇದೆ? 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 6 ದಿನ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ what you can do is 4 days. Keep doing everything. In 4 days, try to cover everything. Last 2 days, once again revise it. ಸೊ ಆ 4 ದಿನದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ನೀವು ರಿವೈಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಆನ್ LDR questions. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. LDR ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. You just do that in 4 days first and try to 1 minute. ಹಲೋ, ಹಾಂ ಬಂದರಾ ಸರ್? ಹಾಂ ಆಯಿತು ಸರ್, ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ.
ಯಾವುದು?
ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ.
ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ASದು ಅದು ಅವರು ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ವೇಟೇಜ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ASಗೆ ವೇಟೇಜ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಯು ಹವ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿಡ್ ಒನ್ಸ್. Right? So it's better to revise once. Maybe like chart book, you don't have to do all the questions. Concept na in chart book alone. Other matter once revise. LDR questions for every chapter in the years. I think 4 days it's possible. If it is becoming too much, I see a website group wise weightage, subject wise weightage. You check which days has less weightage. Cut them if you don't have time. And if you have studied, right, in 4 days and last 2 days once again you can revise. It's doable. Only if you feel martogidini enu bartane illa andre, then you check. Maybe you keep that file as a safety. Download ಮಾಡಿ weightage file. I think you'll know where to download it, right? And download ಮಾಡಿ, then you just check, right? Few AS, if you feel like you are not about ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಮೂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಲ್ಲ ಓದಕ್ಕೆ, or if you feel I'm not able to remember it, ಅದ್ರ weightage check ಮಾಡಿ. They have some weightage. Asset based standard ಇಷ್ಟು weightage ಹೋಗ್ತಾ weightage ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. So that whole group you need to skip. Asset based standard ಅಂದರೆ AS 10 ಬರುತ್ತೆ, AS impairment ಬರುತ್ತೆ, intangible asset ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದರ್ ಆ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಗ್ರೂಪಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲ AS ಓದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ಕಿಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಮಧ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋರು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಇಂದ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ವೇ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್. ಸೊ ಇನ್ ದಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಡೋಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಸೋ ಮಚ್. 4 days ಇಸ್ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ರಿವ್ಯೂ ದ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್. ಒಮ್ಮೆ LDR ಒಂದೊಂದು ಏನು ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ 10 ಕ್ವಶನ್ LDR ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಒಂದೊಂದು ರಿವ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡೋದು 15-20 ನಿಮಿಷ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ ಔಟ್. ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಹೋಗು, ರಿವ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ರೀ.
ಅದು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್.
ಅದು ಒಂದೊಂದು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗೋದು ಫಾರ್ಮ್. See, when she is clear, you can tell she also went through probably the same thing, right? Did you remember 100% of advanced accounting when you were studying? Still, she scored exemption, right? So like that is every student pattern. So ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮರ್ತೋಗೋದು it is normal. So it is okay. Passing mark anyway 40-50 ಅಲ್ಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. So don't bring down your confidence to stress yourself too much, right? So ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ you try to review.
ಇವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಓದಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹೋಗೋಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇದು ಮರ್ತೋದಂಗೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್.
ಒಂದು ಆ ಫೀಲಿಂಗು ಫೈನಲ್ ಬರೆಯೋವರೆಗೂ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್, ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್. ಬಟ್ ಆ ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಗೋ ಟು ದ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಹಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೋರ್ ಓವರ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಲೈಕ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ಲಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 2 days ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಸ್ಟಡಿ, ರೈಟ್, ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಫರ್ಗೆಟ್, ವಿಲ್ ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್. ಸೊ ಇವಾಗ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಫೈನ್, ಯು ಮೈಟ್ ಫೀಲ್ ದಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಓದಿದ್ದು ನಾಳೆ ಮರ್ತೋಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಡೇ ವೆನ್ ಯು ರಿವೈಸ್, ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ದಟ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ ಔಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ನೌ. It's okay. Last day, I can ask these guys how they prepared from perspectives. You can use some of their strategies. But ಆ ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಮರ್ತೋಗಿರೋಂಥ ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ನನಗೂ ಇತ್ತು, ರೈಟ್, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. It's just a common thing, right? But it's okay. You just still forget about that and you still do your focus in your preparations. Just blindly focus on next 4 days only. I want to complete this syllabus. In 2 days, I will revise. Keep your attention and focus to that. ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ಮರ್ತೋದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಓಕೆ, ಒಂದು 20 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮರ್ತು ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, 80 ಬರಲಿ ಸಾಕು, ರೈಟ್? ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಡೋಂಟ್ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ ಔಟ್, ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ. keep your confidence high. So don't try to think about negatives or anything. It's okay. It is bound. Everyone will go through the stress. It's not just you alone. Every single student, even a first rank holder, will not be 100% competency. That's the way. That's the way this course is designed. So, can I read there? Cab. Sorry, sir. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ late ಆಯ್ತು. Hello. ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ.